stuff like that. I understand why would you be like thinking like, oh fuck, they ruined the word, there's no point of using it. It doesn't mean what it used to mean. So it doesn't have like fixed meaning. Like everyone uses it like how the fuck they want. Basically, a bad person is a Nazi right now, in my opinion, in most leftist circles. So I understand why it would be, but I just thought that maybe you were like being a bit of a like how do you call it, reactionary in a way, because you thought like, oh well, fuck the word, I would like not call even like obvious Nazis anymore, which I think is maybe the better way to do that is to actually call Nazis, you know,
sure, maybe
actually Nazis, and try to return this word to its meaning. But maybe you think like it's impossible because you engage way more with that shit than I do, obviously. Like,
and because there's
I think
there is like a diversity of belief on the right, even on the far right. Like there's like a big diversity of belief. And ironically, before the Kanye West stuff, America First was one of the less radical movements on the right. Like if you start digging really hard into actual neo-Nazi communities online, if you go to like the Daily Storm or some like more extreme like parts of like the politics board on 4chan or whatever, you can find some people that are literally like, we need to have a second Holocaust. We need to get rid of the Jews. We need to get rid of black people, whatever. Like you can find some more extreme stuff. America First was one of the more moderate far right movements, but there is a big diversity, or there is a lot of different types of like far movements. Wait, hold on one second. Somebody needs something. Hold on.
Oh. Hey guys, hello. How cute is that, huh? And I got it on 23rd December, 30th. I'm drunk. 31st of December, and it is so cool. My actual Christmas, sort of New Year's present, basically. So, yeah. Today was fucked. Really fucked. Like, so many missile strikes. Holy shit, dude. Well, whatever, Russians, you know? They just need to fuck shit up. That's what they do, I guess.
Okay, sorry, I'm back.
No problem. I was praising the dude.
Oh,
the
nice.
Houston dude.
I don't know. My bit rate is like really low right now, so I don't have your camera on, so they can't see you. I'm sorry.
Oh!
Yeah, sorry. My data is like fucked right now, so you'd be like a pixel on my screen, but yeah.
It's so sad, dude. I have a new camera and all, and I look way better on it.
Well.
No, that's upsetting.
How do you get a new camera and you give your fucking microphone away?
My friend needed it, so I gave it like for a couple of days, but it will be back soon, you know?
Okay.
But this camera has a better microphone as well, I think, so it doesn't sound that bad. And yeah, it doesn't look like, it doesn't like destroys my face and the, you know, stuff. It did this like mirror shit that everything looked like kind of like bent, I guess, like.
Oh, kind of like a fisheye lens a little bit.
Yeah. So people started writing about my huge nose. And I swear it's mostly the camera.
Okay, well.
Yeah, whatever. Just it's better in my opinion. I gave that camera to my sister and, you know, bought this one.
Okay.
Yeah. On my work from The Economist journals, I worked with dudes from The Economist and they paid me for, you know, stuff. I bought the camera on that. Yeah, I showed them stuff in Kharkiv, so, yeah. It's called like a fixer in Ukraine, which is not about drugs, I swear. you don't give people drugs. If you're a fixer, you are like a person who takes care of journalists, basically. So you like show them stuff, you provide context for them, interesting information, you translate maybe, you like buy food for them, like baby them, basically. Yeah,
if you're gonna do like journalism or tourism in another country, it's nice to have a local that actually knows the stuff around the place, and usually, these people are called fixers,
Yeah, that's what I kind of do sometimes, but not always. Yeah, I mostly am like busy at the front now, so this is just my cousin called me and said that this is the really great people. I worked with them from The Economist. Can you like show them stuff? And I was like, okay. And they even paid me, which is pretty cool because they don't always pay, which is, you know, happens.
Jeez.
Yep, $200. That's a lot.
Well, nice.
Yep.
Wait. Hold on, I'm sorry. Wait, how many days did you help them?
2.
For how long?
Like, I spent like 2 days with them, basically.
Like the full days?
Yeah.
Jeez. Okay.
Ukraine, you know?
Yeah, I know, but that makes it sound even more shitty. What the fuck? But okay, interesting. Okay.
Yeah, I actually worked with journalists who did content for, so I recorded video diaries. So I would like legit risk my life, like going to, places that I get in shelled and, and they didn't pay me. They like fucked me over. I was trying to get money for that and didn't work out. But, you know, happens, I guess.
Damn.
I was pretty naive also. I didn't know that people are even paying for that. I was like, I just want to spread the word. I want to like, help Ukraine. I want to be like the spokesperson. And they kind of like liked the fact that I didn't know that you're supposed to pay for that.
The question you should always be
Obviously.
asking when it comes to getting paid is somebody else making money off of this? If somebody else making money off it, you should almost always be like, okay, hold on, like I should be getting something here.
Yeah. That's what my friend told me, because they were like, he was like, dude, they're like making money, a lot of money out of this material. Like they're showing it gets like a bunch of views, and they did like an exclusive film with it with 15 minutes of me in it in Britain. So, like they used my stuff quite a bit in the movie. It was like 45-minute movie, and 15 of it was me. So, yeah, but I'm a bit like smart about that now, I think, but still. Anyhow, $200 is a lot. I bought a whole S camera for that, which is which is good. I think the investment,
Gotcha.
For DGG is to see me better mostly.
That's good.
I'm joking.
Oh.
Anyhow, I probably should go to sleep because it's fucking late, really late.
Okay.
And have a severe insomnia, by the way.
Can I hold on? We have one unrelated question. Okay, ready?
Yep. Go on. Yes. Do it.
Okay. Just a question.
Why is it silent?
It's just a question about Eastern European culture. Okay.
Go on.
Yeah. Let's say that you're hanging out with a person. Okay, and you guys are like on a date. Okay. And obviously you're both kind of interested in each other.
Yeah.
If somebody invites the other person, like at the end, like back to their apartment, is it generally expected that like they're kind of like sex is on the table? They're like there's like an expectation like, oh well, if you're inviting the guy back to your apartment, you probably want to fuck, or if the guy's inviting the girl, he probably wants to fuck. Is that a thing or no?
I guess it's on what kind of date it is and your age as well. If you're very young, I think it doesn't have to mean that.
Okay.
It can mean that you want to like just chill in the apartment and do stuff like watch movies, or I don't know, like chat, talk, play games, stuff like that, which is cheaper than going to a restaurant when you're poor,
Sure.
So yeah, so I can cook shit for a person, for example. I really like it. I can do like food for them basically, and cook something nice for them or something like that, and it's way more cute in my opinion than going to the restaurant. So yeah, and that could happen. But if you're older, I think maybe a bit more like on the having sex side probably.
Gotcha.
But depends, yeah. Also, you can like maybe watch stuff as well. So like don't go to the theater, which is again money, and they show some boring ass Marvel shit there. So
boring Marvel shit?
Home,
you mean the best
them,
movies ever?
Yeah.
But okay, go ahead.
No, explosions and stuff like that. If you want to watch something with substance maybe, or something beautiful, aesthetic, then you can watch it on your, what you choose yourself, like on your computer basically, and have like a movie night with a particular movie that you want to watch, that not shown in theaters, but you want to watch it. Some old stuff maybe.
Okay.
And stuff like that.
Gotcha.
But I guess when it's more applies more to the person I think. So like maybe if it's a person you like, if it's just strictly a date, then there might be an implication for sure if you like invite person to your house, but does not have to be, I think.
Okay.
And again, depends on the age. When we were like really young, we didn't have like money at all, right? So we wouldn't waste it on like cafes or restaurants. You just couldn't afford it. So the best way to do that was to invite person to your home and like do stuff for free, basically, sort of, I guess.
Sure, makes sense. Yeah.
So,
okay.
yeah. But then when you like can afford it, then you can of course take person somewhere else. Also, there is a thing I think like it's more intimate like that. I think when you're like, but in the restaurant there's like a bunch of people around, right? So if you want to have like, there's music, there's people talking, laughing, and sometimes it's cool. I mean, you want to like chill amongst people, right? But sometimes you want to like more of a in-depth conversation, I guess. So yeah.
Okay, gotcha. All right.
That's my But yeah, of course, if you like wanna come in, then yeah, maybe that means like you wanna at least make out, at least.
Gotcha.
So yeah.
Okay.
What is it like? It's like a dire question or something.
No, it's a long
Every
story.
time you wanna. Last time you asked me about you had this exact smile. The last time you asked me about which day of the week is the first. So
Oh
you
yeah,
know
that was
I know what
another.
to
Yeah.
expect this.
We've had
And
it's a
it is
very passionate
Monday.
discussion we have in
Yeah,
our community about this question. So yeah.
I see. I see. So what people are thinking right now in the chat? Are they like, thinking that you have to fuck immediately if you invite someone, or is it like a debate over there or something?
It's a long it's a long thing. Okay.
I see. I see.
My
Right.
basically,
Well,
I don't. It might be different in like different countries, which I've said. But like my thing is that like generally, if you are hanging out with a person, and if it's like you're like off of like a dating app or somebody you're kind of like courting or whatever, they're like usually when people are inviting each other back to people's houses or like apartments, there's usually like you're like ramping shit up. There's like almost like an expectation, like oh shit, she invited me back to her place. And there's like probably something's gonna happen or whatever. Usually, but yeah. But then a lot of people said that when I said that, that's like rape and shit or something. So I don't know. We go back and forth on it. It's like,
rape?
or not. I'm exaggerating.
No,
That was
rape
not.
is a bit too much.
Yeah, no. But yeah, people are saying that.
I see. They meant like expectation is.
Yeah,
not
that it's like
warranted,
really
so
negative,
it's
right?
not
Yeah.
expect-
And I'm saying, and I like I've always said,
I see.
obviously, like you shouldn't like you can't hold somebody to it, like, oh, you invited me back to the house, like I have to fuck you. But I'm just saying, like the expectation is going to be there. So if you're a woman and you don't want to fuck, at least in the United States, you probably shouldn't be inviting people back to your houses because they're going to get like really mixed signals. And then same thing with a guy too, like don't invite a woman back to your place, like unless you want her to think that you want to fuck her or whatever, because that's what people are going to say.
Yeah.
Thank you.
What are you melting about?
Someone brought you food. Yay.
Yeah, someone. That's my wife. Okay. What the hell?
Oh, hello. Sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Jeez. You should be.
Disrespect.
Super disrespect.
Yeah.
No, I'm just fucking with you. You can't disrespect her. She's Swedish. It's okay.
Oh, I see. Makes sense.
Jesus.
Applies to me, I think, as well.
True.
Yeah. Oh. Yeah, well, Slavic is like way trashier than, Swedish.
Wow. And despite how trashy you are, still racist against the Romani people. So, jeez, I see where the ladders are for all the European
Come
people.
on, we
Okay.
talked about it.
Okay.
We talked about it already.
Uh-huh.
You tried to go. Oh, another smile we had actually. I remember this exact smile, the cheeky one, was when you were about to ask me the Romani question.
Yep.
So you were like setting me up for some shit.
The
Obviously.
RQ. I wasn't setting you up. Hold on. I wasn't setting you up. I was just curious. Okay.
Of course, curious. Yes. When I said Dylan didn't like my answer, you were like very cheerful about that. You were expecting some juicy stuff, I think.
Oh no, it was just like
Didn't
funny
get-
because it seems like fucking like if Hitler had killed like Romani people in the Holocaust, I don't think any of you European people would have minded. That was basically what I was. That's kind of how I felt, but maybe not. Maybe I was wrong, but
I want to disagree, but that would be,
Yeah.
not true.
true.
So yeah, what you said probably applies to most people for sure. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
a problem, I guess. Yeah, but I did tell you some crazy stories about my interactions with Romani people, despite the fact that I don't think they're like genetically, predisposed to crime. I think it's a social issue, socioeconomical issue, and we should do something about it. But I had, before I go, the most craziest interaction with Romani people. Wanna hear? So when I was in Poltava, after I escaped from Kharkiv with my family and stuff, I encountered Romani girl. She was with how do you call it? The thing where you take babies outside, like small children, a crib, or how do you call it? Cradle?
Oh, cradle. Yeah.
Yeah, that thing. So she was standing with this thing, right? And she was very distressed by the looks of it. And I were running next to her. I was very in a hurry basically. And she's like, please stop, I really need help. And I was like, oh fuck, it's a Romani person. Like 90% chance she's about to try to rob me or scam me.
Jesus.
But I was like, well, I will try to be not racist, right? So I will try to engage. I was robbed before, so there's that, and scammed as well. So one Romani lady actually nicked my phone.
Damn.
Fucking hell, and I couldn't afford to buy it for weeks. So yeah. Anyhow,
I'm sure you
putting
come
that
across a lot
aside,
of friendly
I was-
Romani people. Okay, that didn't do anything bad though, right?
no, unfortunately. But anyhow, basically, this lady Yeah, this lady. I talked with her, and I was like, what do you need, right? How can I help?" And I really need to make a phone call," she says. And I was like, "Oh fuck, it's about nick my phone again." But I was like, "Okay, fine." She looks very distressed, and I was like, "Okay, tell me the number, and I will call it like myself without giving her the phone, basically."
Okay.
And she was like, oh yeah, call this number, and like this is like my mother and stuff. And we called, and nobody picked up, and she was like, call my husband, and I was like, okay. And she literally grabs the phone like from my hands and start talking with him in another language. So yeah, and she was like talking, screaming on the phone, and I'm like watching it, and I was like, oh come on, like I waited for 5 minutes, and I was like, I really like need to go. And she was like, okay. And while she was talking, I looked inside this cradle, and the baby was all like naked, very dirty, and looked fucking dead.
Okay.
No joke. Like it was like pale as shit and like very like not moving, like not breathing that much. And I was like, holy fuck, like is the baby dead or some shit? And she's like, my husband like left me, and the baby like pooped all over the place, and I have like no clothing, and I really need to get him. He went to the drugstore and he never came back, and I just need to reach him. I have no money. Can you give me money? Stuff like that. And I was
Okay.
like, holy fuck, what is going on here? And I was like, well, I didn't have like money. I have only like card and like online money basically.
Yeah.
And I was like, what do you need? Like, she's like, I need diapers. And I like, okay, like I will transfer you stuff. It's not that much. I will think, what a moron I am. Basically. And then I'm trying to, transfer stuff, and I look at that fucking baby and it looks dead. And I'm like, and I'm asking her, like, is the baby okay? Is like the child okay? And she's like, gets very angry. And she's like, yes, it's fine, he's fine. And she's like screaming at me basically. And I was like, okay, lady, like, I don't like know what to do with it. And I just walked like away basically. And 2 minutes away from this place, and I get a phone call, and it's from an unknown number.
Yeah, the one she.
And
Yeah.
it's the one she called. And the one she called, yeah. And I picking up the phone, and the man is like, picks up the phone, like, and I was like, oh, is that you? Your wife is like standing in this place. She's like searching for you. Where are you? She says you went to the drugstore and you like disappeared. And he literally says, the baby is dead. Don't call me. It was fucking dead.
Oh. Okay.
And
That's
I was
like the start of a horror movie, but okay.
What in the actual fuck? And I was like, and he's like, don't call me, tipo, call the police. He said, call the police. And I was like, what? And I'm like returning to that place basically, and there's no women. That woman is no longer there with the cradle. And I'm calling like my policeman friend, Denise, his name is, in Poltava. And I was like, dude, this happened. And he was like, well, you can call like I give you the number who to call, but they won't do anything. And I'm like, why? And he was like, that's Romania, nobody gives a shit. And I'm like, oh. Okay. So this is like the baby story basically. I'm like not 100% sure it kind of looked dead, but then when he said it's dead, I think it is. So yeah. So I did call the police still, despite what he told me, and I described the situation. At first they were interested, but the minute I told them it was Romani people, they were like, fuck it. So yeah.
Okay, well.
Sorry.
Jesus. All right.
Yeah. That's the craziest one I had, honestly. Nobody did anything to me, so nobody like robbed me or scammed me or some shit. But, it was weird. Let's put it like that.
Oh yeah, that sounds pretty weird, I think. Yeah.
Yep. And also while this was happening, there was like sirens blasting. It was an air raid at the same time. And I was like, oh.
Oh, so this was recent.
Yeah.
Yeah,
in
okay.
Poltava it was in April, I think, or maybe in May, something like that. Yeah. So that's the story I will leave you with, I guess.
Okay, well. Thanks for.
I like that the husband was like, "Don't call me, but call the police. The baby is dead."
Jesus.
Like,
yeah.
So he kind of like, I assume, fucked off. So he like told her he's going to the drugstore, but he actually like ran away. So whatever the fuck, I don't know. Maybe he assumed if he will call, they will like arrest him and stuff. Who the fuck knows? I don't know. The story is weird. Yeah. Well, anyhow, see you guys.
Yeah.
I'm going to go try and fall asleep. And yeah, I have like the worst case of insomnia. So there's that. Probably 0 chances of me sleeping, but At least I can try.
Okay, well, thanks for
Probably Eric for the nice story. Nice,
Yeah.
nice to bait some story.
Thank you.
Well,
Yeah.
yeah.
Good luck. Be careful. Stay safe. Have fun.
Yeah, appreciate talking with you as
Mhm.
always. And, you know, nobody sees it, right? The cute skinny guy. But,
Yeah, the cute skinny
well,
guy. We feel him. We feel his presence.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, he is present in my room. So yeah. Well, bye.
Yeah, thanks a lot. See you later. Bye. Jesus. That was dark. Look at Medicare super chats. This dude is loaded.
Since watching after all of us, I'm sorry to say. I can't stop that.
Oh, is he dying
Wrap
after
yourself
this?
up in some Franzia boxes. I think you'll be all right. I think you'll live through it, chat.
I'm gonna eat and watch him.
What a year. Oh my god, can you believe it? What a wild and wacky year. On our little Year of the Chud year in review, we'll be looking at some of the goofy characters that have popped up over time. I hope you enjoy that. Go over some of the stories that have popped up over the year. Now, I know, it's New Year's Eve, and there's football on right now. I'm not sure who's playing hand egg right now, but I'm sure it's a team you probably want to watch. I'm sure you want to go out there and light off some fireworks and get drunk and ride your snowmobiles into a wall or something, or whatever the fuck it is you do on New Year's Eve. So I will try to keep this to a reasonable length so you don't have to explain to your family, what are you doing right now? Why aren't you out at the barbecue? Uncle Buck he's making hamburgers and you're in your room listening to some person on the internet? And why do you keep buying hats? Mom told you to stop using the credit card, Steven. All right, who the fuck needs 85 hats? What's going on? I don't understand it. Do you have a drug problem? Do we need to put you in rehab? Is it time for an intervention? What are they? Have they got black tar heroin hidden under those stars or something, Steven? Uncle Buck is very disappointed. It's very sad. I wanted to share something with you. Apparently, I didn't even notice this until really, after the stream, but had a little gift left on my lawn. A little gift left on my lawn. Now, fun fact, I do have cameras around the house when I show the swatting footage, everything like that. But generally, if people are just having a bit of a goof or fun or whatever, I don't usually put up footage because everybody tries to be so shy and coy about it. Like if you're dropping off potatoes or running up a cart or something like that, I'm not going to do it. But notice somebody with a sled out in the street at like 10 at night trying to be stealthy. And then, what do you know? What's sitting at the front yard? What's been built up in the front yard? A snowman. Somebody came by and built me a fucking snowman out of actual snow. I thought maybe that's like fake plastic, or maybe it's like fake plastic and they put a little camera in the eye, the charcoal eyes or something. This is some great op that I was unaware of. But no, they built me a little snowman, a little chud butt snowman. Isn't that adorable? Look at that fucking guy. I swear to God, they had it disassembled into parts. So there are 3 giant snowballs and then the arms and like all of this. And it took them 10 minutes. Now imagine it's dark. You can't really see very well. There's some house lights and street lights. But it's 10 at night. It's a little nipply out there. It's cold. And you're trying to stealthily build a snowman in somebody's yard. A+. I like it. Now, of course, it's giving its ass to the neighborhood. So this snowman's been built specifically for me. Nobody else gets to look at the amazing effort that went into this. He got a little carrot nose, charcoal eyes. He's got the little buttons. Even put a scarf on him and a hat and everything. And of course, I made my wife go out there with a stick and poke it a few times to make sure it didn't explode. Just on the off chance this is like a proximity mine. Like, oh, we're gonna goof on Jim. He's never gonna see it coming when he walks out there and it detonates. But luckily, it was really just a snowman, and she's still alive. So I guess I win Husband of the Year. Hey, honey, do you wanna walk outside and just make sure it's not gonna take out half the neighborhood? Okay, I don't think the neighbors are gonna be super thrilled about that, enthused about that snowman out there. But given the effort, Give him the effort. We're going to keep this little guy. Put him right in the corner here. I'm just going to keep him. You know, I had this like background art, and that's fine. We'll keep him in the corner for now, so everybody can enjoy the little Chud Bud snowman. Also, a shout out to Of Interest, who's been doing he's been doing a lot of Year of the Chud artwork. I know I keep using other things. It's probably infuriating, but a very good artist. He's over on chudbuds.lol and does good work. I don't know if he's opening a shop. He should. He seems to draw really good stuff. I saw the newest one, and then I saw like the collage he did. All very good. Seen a lot of artwork. People put out a lot of artwork, and it's been very, very good. Chat, it's been very, very good. Well, as you know, this will be our final stream. Jim is riding off into the sunset. He's going to go do Jim things. We already got that out of the way. We already talked about the sad stuff already. We did that last time. And I even played some Sarah McLachlan this morning.
While you're watching
really,
this, so I think he might be dying, or he might be dead soon. He's got some really rare fuck disease. I don't know if they 100% even figured out what it was. I think they're still testing for it, but I think his condition is like getting worse and worse. And I think this might be his last stream, and then he's gonna call it.
Absolutely stupid this year has been. It's been great. There's been a lot of stuff I was able to cover and some stuff I haven't really even been able to get to. So it's good times. Now, also, let me just say this. There are a lot of super chats. I will try to read as many as I can. The last time I got detoured for like 4 hours, and Jimmy I don't know if Jimmy's got it in him. All right, you have to remember, they were blasting air raid sirens at my fucking head. Air raid sirens. Somebody was using Morse code this morning. I don't know what it translates to, but it was probably an insult. Probably a racial epithet.
Here's a question. Let's say you make a business out of... Okay, so like, let's say you see a YouTuber that's about to die, and they're like on death's door, you know it's going to be over soon. And let's say that you've got a reasonably popular YouTube channel. Could you just like mirror all of their content? Like they die and it's like, oh, I'm going to re-upload every Mr. Medicare thing in a big playlist on my channel just to like honor his memory because I know they can't DMCA me. And then you make like a whole bunch of fucking money off of their shit. Like if you just go out seeking dead YouTubers who don't have like empires, who don't have like businesses afterwards that are like being run by family members, I think you can make a lot of fucking money doing that.
If you voted, 7,500 watching right now. That's pretty much everybody. 87% overwhelmingly yes. You are here to Rama Rama. That's probably the wrong message to take from all of this. I don't think you should be sniffing petrol. It's probably the wrong approach, chat. You know, I thought after doing streams for a whole fucking year, you'd be like, oh, no. No, that song's telling me not to do that. But, of course, you take the opposite direction. God bless you all. God bless you all, little chud buds. Sniffing that petrol. Out there not giving a fuck, going Rama Rama on everybody. Oh, I see more people are now voting, but I don't think you're going to swing it. I think it's pretty much solidly stuck at where it is. I don't think it's moving anywhere, chat. I'm sorry. 8,000 votes now, still 87% yes. Unless you can pull like 10,000 people out of your ass, you're not changing the vote. You're all addicted to petrol. God, too bad Randbot's not watching right now. He would love you for that. Randbot, my inheritor. I gave him all my oodles.
Okay. Go join the Sargon of Akkad stream.
No, I'm not. Not allowing you to kill your own child is not the same thing as forcing you to be pregnant, but they don't understand that.
Yeah, forcing you to be pregnant is having the government come and send the pregnancy squad out.
Which is probably happening in Canada right now, you know.
No.
No.
Japan might need it, to be honest.
I mean, people are dying a lot in Canada. The third most popular cause of death was the government last year.
Oh, God.
I think it was the
program.
6th. I think
What?
it was the 6th.
Baby chin.
But isn't that wild how like just the Canadian government's position on sickness is why don't you just fucking kill yourself? It's like it's just wild. It's like, oh, you're feeling depressed, are you? Have you considered suicide? Can't get up the stairs? Well, just finish it, mate. It's like, I just can't believe. And the thing is, it's so comical as well, right? Because it's like everyone.
Wait, does anybody have a link to that
you get
stat?
Republican Americans go, oh yeah, the public health care. They're going to be putting you on death lists. They're going to be trying to get you to kill yourself for literally bureaucratic reasons. And the Canadians are like, yeah, that's a great point. That'll save us so much money. And it's like, look, that was a stupid boomer Republican talking point from 15 years ago, and you're like, yeah, good idea.
Americans so against this? This sounds like
Yeah, exactly. It's fucking.
Do you guys remember when it came out that was in Obamacare, and because they're like, there's going to be death panels, and then it comes out and it's like, well, they're not called death panels though.
Yeah. And my friend, I was talking to a friend of mine today about it, and he made a remark that was something else that hadn't occurred to me. Is just how many people are going to be having a bad day at work, and they have this person that has an issue that another office isn't solving, and they keep calling and keep calling, and it's, oh, this guy again, oh, this guy again. You know, if they don't take care of you, we could offer you maid because I'm sick of you calling me. Yeah. And that's monstrous. And that will absolutely happen. Oh,
sorry to interrupt, but look at the little face. Hiya.
Yeah.
He's
like, what did you bring me to?
Just look at Mom, what's going on?
This is literally the most wholesome New Year's stream on the internet right now.
That's awesome.
But my husband's got to go pick up my dad from the airport, so I've got to peace out now that she's up. But thank you for having me.
Thanks for coming on. This has been great.
Nice to
Happy
chat,
New
Lauren.
Year.
Happy New Year. I know.
See ya.
That's so sweet.
Yeah, so back to Canadians. Right.
There was a tweet longer posted about Courtney. Apparently Courtney is a chaser. Maybe? I don't know. I don't really care. But not based.
Back in the year, mumble, many years ago, I was challenged to replicate a trick that Uri...
Did James Randi die, or is he still alive? What is a chaser? Just somebody that like would go after and hit after, or hit on like all like trans people. Why were you simping for that whale? Courtney is not a whale. Courtney is a beautiful young lady. Okay.
Remember him? Did for Barbara Walters on TV. Now what you'll see here first is a very bad quality outtake from a video copy of this program done way back when Barbara Walters had a morning program called Not for Women Only. The two magicians you'll see on the set with me are Mark Wilson from the magic land of Alakazam and the late Doug Henning, who is currently on Broadway at that time with his very successful live stage show. Barbara's producer, whose name I've mercifully forgotten long ago, didn't care much for me and threw every obstacle into my path as I tried to work my tricks. Somehow I persevered, and rather surprised both Mark and Doug, who were in stitches laughing when I told them later how I'd done my sneaky stuff. They'd missed it, though they were right in close.
Wait, do we all hate Barbara Walters now?
Key.
Or did we always? What did she do? What happened?
She describes it as being done with psychic powers, this trick, and she was obviously very impressed with it. Let's look at the first part of this video and see just what this old codger, somewhere around 33 years ago, was up to.
A year ago, we did on this program a week on psychic phenomenon. We did it very seriously. One of our panel members was Uri Geller, who is a young Israeli and has been tested by the Stanford Institute and by other scientists and is said to have psychic powers. We had the former astronaut Edgar Mitchell on with us, who believes very much in Uri Geller. And Randy, you've been going around the country somewhat as Houdini used to in the past, trying to debunk those who say that it's psychic power. You say it's magic, right?
Well, Barbara, you see, in what you said just now is something rather revealing to me, because you say that he's been tested by the scientists at the Stanford Research Institute. First of all, Stanford Research Institute is not connected in any way with Stanford University, though it happens to be on the grounds. It takes its name from its locality. And the Stanford Research Institute, as an institute, did not test Uri Geller. Two scientists there whose specialty is lasers, nothing to do with psychology, nothing to do with conjuring, certainly, whose specialty is lasers, went through some private tests with Uri Geller under anything but test conditions. And since then, the psychology department down there
Sorry.
What?
Tell them what you did, Mel.
No.
Tell them what you did.
I made you food.
Tell them what you did.
I made you food. That's what I did.
Oh my gosh, I'm so sad.
Why?
Because look at your face. You're gonna die of cancer.
What?
You're sunburned.
No.
Melanoma. Aw.
I'm not.
My cancer baby. I'm gonna raise so much money crying over you. Oh, they're gonna donate so much.
I don't know. No.
Dead wife stream.
I'm not sunburned.
Goodbye. Wait, did you just take a shower?
No.
Oh. Why is your face all red then?
Because it was out of the sun. But I'm not burned.
Yeah? Why didn't you put on sunscreen?
I did.
What SPF?
50.
Okay. Be Mel.
Melanoma.
Melanoma.
What the Mel? Milker.
Wait.
What?
Do you think this is weird?
What? What?
One sec.
Oh, I know which one it is.
Oh, you look like a smoke bomb today. Is that what it was?
No, I don't know what it is.
No, hold on. I'm getting there.
In that case, I have no idea.
Okay. Do you think it's weird for a dad to kiss his son on the lips?
No.
Okay. I don't think so.
You don't think it's weird?
No.
I don't think it's weird either.
Do you think this is weird?
No.
That this is his teenage son and he's sitting in his lap?
How old is the boy?
I'm guessing like 13?
It doesn't look like a teenager.
He is. Teenage son, so he's at least 13.
No, I don't think it's weird.
You don't think this is weird, sitting in his lap?
Would it be weird if a daughter at that age was sitting on their girl's lap? Or like their mom's?
No, but there's not a dick pushing against him.
I don't think it necessarily has to be the case. I don't think it's
I think it might be weird.
I don't think it's weird.
If
No,
you were
it's-
sitting at the pool with like your 13-year-old daughter and she was like sitting in your lap in front of her and you were like kissing her on the back of the neck, I think that would be weird.
I don't think it necessarily has to be weird.
What about this?
In a documentary called Tom vs. Time, there's a scene showing 5-time Super Bowl winner Tom Brady
He's getting
getting a
a massage. Hold on.
massage. Then his 11-year-old son comes in the room and asks him if he can check his fantasy football standings.
I was wondering if I could check my fantasy team.
What do I get?
What did he say?
Hold on.
I already know, Jack. Everything comes at a cost, bud. That was like a peck.
The second kiss shared
That
by
wasn't
father
enough.
and son prompted tweets from viewers using words like very disturbing and
Wait,
uncomfortably
maybe that's a
long.
little weird. That's a little weird. Maybe it's a little weird that way.
Okay. All right, be careful.
What the?
Watch out.
What?
I don't run over you.
Come on.
That's why I said watch out.
Was that weird?
Okay, bye. Be careful.
And I've read this in one.
What? When am I done? 12:01.
You promised to see
Well, did I promise? Or I don't remember speaking those words.
You promised.
Ah.
On New Year's we can do it.
One of the psychological journals has tested him, gave him 100 envelopes that he was supposed to guess the contents of, and he failed each and every
Well,
one of the 100.
Let me show some things he did with me. And I'm a pretty honest person, okay? I mean, we all know
All
it,
right, I understand that,
No
yes.
kidding. This is my house key. Uri Geller took it. Let's take this other one. It's a matching key. He went like this with it, with his finger. That's all. No pressure. And the key bent. You can see that. And I've carried it around because I found that I'm a believer now. Here also, people in the audience said that their keys bent. Well, I can't prove that, but I can prove that mine did. Here is my identical key. Touch it and make it bend.
Now, do
I'm
we
not
have
gonna
another
get into
piece of
that.
metal? I need another piece of
He
metal.
didn't use metal. He just used his finger.
No, that's very true. That's very true. But I want to show you a
Okay,
comparison.
another key. Give me another key. That's
Now, this is the bent one. Now, which camera is taking this? Can we get a close-up here now? All right, now,
That's the original
okay,
bent
you can
one.
see the bent one here. There is a definite bend in here. Is that right?
Right, okay.
Now, watch. Watch it very carefully. I am going to see if I can, this is a different one from this one. This one's a duplicate, am I correct?
Right.
This one has a stamp on it saying 207 West something. This doesn't have a stamp on it. You see the little stamp on it there?
Yeah.
Would you hold the end of it very lightly in between your fingers, Barbara? And I'm just going to stroke it. Now, I'm not putting enough pressure on it to bend it.
No.
Okay. I'm just going to stroke it with my fingers very lightly like this. Now, look at the bend that's in the other key.
No, I won't take my eyes off this key.
Very good. I'm glad to hear you say that. Would you show it to the camera, please? Now, is it bent as much as this key or not? Are you going to keep this key too, Barbara? On your keychain? Next, Barbara spoke about the drawing replication trick, one of the only 5 tricks that Geller had known to do. Her producer had challenged me to
Wait, how did he do it?
Hoping for a failure, of course. Barbara had made a drawing to test me and carefully kept it in her hot little hand right until she showed it on the set. Both Mark and Doug thought I'd go down in flames, but I had a couple of twists for them and for the audience.
Show the Uri Geller
we're going to show a tape.
of the year
Okay,
ago.
very
Can
good.
we show that? This is where he read my mind and reproduced a picture that only I had.
Okay, just a second, look at me. Visualize everything that you drew once more.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna show what I got, and if I'm wrong, then I'm wrong, but it really came very strong in. I'll tell you what first I thought it was and what it comes to appear now. First I thought there were 2 churches with peaks on, or 2 houses. Then it turned to a letter M, and then it could be 2 mountains with a round thing on, or 2 people.
Can I show?
Yeah, I'd like to. Am I wrong?
You're right.
I'm right. Good. That's what I got.
The letter M, if you got a letter M,
Yeah,
it may not be because of that, but because my drawing is a drawing similar to one that my child does. It's a mother and child.
Oh, that's...
This is it. We have not had this envelope out of our sight. Randy has in no way been close to it. The closest you've been to it, to my knowledge, is right now. Reproduce
Would you
it.
put it back in the book? I want to make sure that it is under good control.
I believe. I can't.
All right, Barbara, I'm going to ask you to concentrate on what's drawn inside
What's
there.
the point of concentrating? I know now.
Watch this, Wilson. I may surprise you.
Surprise me.
May surprise everybody. Are you concentrating on what you drew in there? I don't want you to see the end of the pen move. You may look and say, that doesn't look quite right.
Yes, because song begins, and I hear a violin.
It's tragic. I'm a very bad artist. You'll have to pardon me, Barbara, but all right, I've made what I believe to be an impression of it. Now, it can't be altered in any way. Would you be kind enough to open up the envelope and let's see how right I was? That's the way he says it, you know. Well, open it up and show it to the camera, if you'd be so kind.
Where's the canvas? Here's a camera.
Is that a house?
It's a little, well, I don't draw so well. It's a little house and a sun, and here's a little person. A house, that's the sun, and that's a little person.
Well, you'll pardon me for being a very bad artist, Barbara, but I didn't get the sun at all. I got the little person, but I got the little person inside the house and the smoke coming out to the top here. That's all we could get of it. This...
Thanks God you got it.
Thanks God I got this. Yes. Yes, we got the house with the...
How do you do it? Let's do it. If you're going to debunk this man, whom everybody believes, you have to tell us how you do it.
I'm going to add the sun here to make my results a little bit better. How about that, folks?
Randy.
Yes, you can't quite see the drawing that I made because it was made with a simple ballpoint pen, not a broad marker as Geller had used. I assure you it was very similar to Geller's. But notice, please, that Barbara played right into Geller's hands when she revealed her original drawing by inventing the M connection, which he'd meant to refer to the shape of the drawing. In any case, working through great difficulties, I managed to come through. Now, Barbara and I have met many times on many different programs since that event 33 years ago, and we just don't talk about this. I've never had to give her an explanation. she's satisfied that she doesn't have an explanation, and she's still confounded. But that's the way it should be. You don't explain these things to the people who experience them because they say, oh yeah, I would have thought of that. But Barbara wouldn't have thought of this at all. Some of you magicians out there, if you watch very carefully, you can see the gimmick that I used.
We thank you for watching this.
Wait, I want to know what the gimmick is.
There's a drawing similar to one that my child does. It's a mother and child.
Oh, that's...
Sight. Randy, we have not had this envelope out of our sight. Randy has in no way been close to it. The closest you've been to it, to my knowledge, is right now. Reproduce
Would you
it.
put it back in the book? I want to make sure that it is under good control.
I believe. I can't.
All right, Barbara, I'm going to ask you to concentrate on what's drawn inside.
Was he able to just like see through it, like a little bit, like he sees through the light or something, or?
That's the point of concentrating. I know now.
Watch this, Wilson. I may surprise you.
It can't be that simple. That can't be the answer.
I want you to see the end of the pen movie. You may look and say, how come I'm not quite right?
Yes, the song begins.
It's tragic. I'm a very bad artist. You have to pardon me, Barbara, but all right, I've made what I believe to be an impression of it. Now, it can't be altered in any way. Would you be kind enough to open up the envelope and let's see how right I was? Oh, like Eric says, thank God, I hope I'm right on this. That's the way he says it to me. Well, open it up and show it to the camera. Would you be so kind?
Where's the canvas? Here's a camera. It's a little. Well, I don't draw. So it's a little house and a sun, and here's a little person. A house. That's the house. That's the sun, and that's a little person.
Well, you'll pardon me for being a very bad artist, Barbara, but I didn't get the sun at all. I got the little person, but I got the little person inside the house and the smoke coming out to the top here.
Oh, hold on.
Here's a camera.
Oh, I think I understand what's happening. He either has a very small pen on his hand or like a finger thing or something, and I think he's drawing it. I think that's what's happening. Because when she reveals it, that's cute.
Okay.
As she's revealing it here, I think he's trying to see it, and I think he's trying to draw it right now as she's.
And here's a little person. A house. That's the house. That's the sun, and that's a little person.
Well, you'll pardon me for being a very bad artist, Barbara, but I didn't get the sun at all. I got the little person, but I got the little person inside the house and the smoke coming out to the top here. That's all we could get out of this.
Thanks, God.
Thanks.
I understand. There's a little bit of misdirection here that's very cute when he says
believe to be an impression of it. No, it can't be altered in any way.
He says the drawing can't be altered anyway, and he puts it down. And I'm thinking, okay, he's gonna pick it up to show when it's time to reveal, but he picks it up way earlier. He picks it up as soon as she reveals. See, now he picks it up again. Oh, okay. Interesting.
Thank God, I hope I'm right on this. That's the way he says it to me. Well, open it up and show it to the canvas. Would you be so kind?
Where's the canvas? Here's a camera. House? It's a little. Well, I don't draw. So it's a little house and a sun, and here's a little person. A house. That's the house. That's.
And then at this point, he must have something on his thumb in order to make the marks on the pages. What's going on?
And that's a little person.
Well, you'll pardon me for being a very bad artist, Barbara, but I didn't get the sun at all. I got the little person, but I got the little person inside the house and the smoke coming out to the top here. That's all we could get out of this.
Yeah. Okay. Destiny, what is your issue with 5-in-1 shampoo? Are you memeing? I know it's suboptimal, but I want to understand your exact reason for focusing on it instead of telling people to floss or literally anything else. I think when it comes to cleaning products, I'm going to be super honest. I'm borrowing a lot from my carpet cleaning knowledge here because I don't know dick all about hair, okay? But I'm pretty sure this is true for hair too. When it comes to cleaning products, the reason why we usually use one cleaning product and then another cleaning product is for two important reasons. One is because they usually accomplish different things, and two, because sometimes they accomplish things that are contradictory to one another. That's the issue. So when you're using a shampoo, for a shampoo, what you're trying to do is you are using an aggressive, I think it's usually a high alkaline sulfactant or something that's trying to like strip and scrub away things from your head. It's emulsifying soils. It's probably doing other things to it's a harsh cleaner where you're trying to like get shit out, right? Is essentially what it's doing. Now, if you use that for your hair and then you rinse it off and then you're done with it, well, your hair is clean, but it's in like a fucking like roasted state, right? You scrubbed everything out of it. You've gotten everything extra that you need gone, like boom, okay? But what a conditioner does is, I believe, a conditioner. Conditioner's goal is to like restore moisture, maybe balance the pH. They might be acidic. In carpet cleaning, we cleaned with alkaline materials and we rinsed with acidic materials to bring the pH down. But it's a moisturizer that like restores moisture, health, whatever vitamins to your hair. You use that and then you rinse that out. That's the thing. But if you were to combine both of these products, like if you were to squirt shampoo in one hand and then squirt conditioner in the other, and then you were to rub them together and you were to try to clean your hair at the same time with them, the issue is that they're counteracting each other. You're using a shampoo that's at one point removing shit from their hair, and then on the second point, you're trying to moisturize at the same time. You can't use both of these products together. So when something says it's a 2-in-1 or a 3-in-1 shampoo, when it's like a 3-in-1 shampoo, my guess is what's probably happening is it's not a 2-in-1 shampoo and conditioner. It's just a combination shitty shampoo and shitty conditioner, meaning it's probably not cleaning as harshly as it could. And it probably has some like moisturizer or some bullshit in it that it wouldn't clean out of your hair as you clean with it. So it's like kind of doing a shitty thing for both jobs. Yeah, so that's why I would... That's why I say don't use like 2-in-1s or 3-in-1s when it comes to cleaning. Like use a shampoo that cleans your hair well, and then use a conditioner that restores like the balance, the moisturizer, the vitamins, the oils, whatever the fuck you need afterwards. An update to our community. Oh shit, what's going on? Uh-oh. So 28, though, to keeping in the contacting a third-party law firm to investigate the conduct and allegations made against one of our founding members, Ms. Cooper City retained Jackson Walter LLP, one of the largest, most experienced and neutral investigative firms in our state. The scope of the investigation was determined whether or not Ms. Kip attempted to cover up or minimize a sexual assault allegedly committed by one of his former roommates. Jackson Walker was granted free reign to gather all relevant facts, interview witnesses, and advise OTK as to whether evidence supported the allegations. Ms. Giff was placed on unpaid leave for the duration of the investigation. According to Jackson Walker's investigation, Investigations Council did not find direct evidence that Ms. Giff attempted to minimize or cover up sexual assault as alleged. Nevertheless, OTK believes that Ms. Giff has shown a callous disregard towards the severity of sexual misconduct and racial prejudice in our space. His statements regarding these matters on his comeback stream on October 11th demonstrated a lack of empathy and ignorance towards the seriousness of the situation and the impact that his conduct has on our community. Due to his actions, the OTK Board of Directors has suspended Ms. Giff from his board duties effective immediately, and he will be placed on monitored probation until he demonstrates to the board that he's capable of upholding our organization's values. His status as an OTK member has otherwise been reinstated. Damn. This guy didn't use shampoo for 5 years. There is an argument that shampooing period is bad for your hair because the emulsifying agents and the surfactants, I think, because people will say a sulfate shampoo is too harsh and it dries your hair out and it strips the oils and it causes your scalp to overproduce oils. So some people, there's a movement called no poo, where what they say is really all you should ever do is rinse your hair and maybe condition it, but you should never use shampoo in your hair. There's some people that say that. I personally think that your hair smells fucking disgusting if you do that. Some people will say that, like, no, the smell of your scalp and everything gets normal over time. I think I've been with 2 different women that believed in that no shampoo thing, and both of their scalps smelled fucking disgusting. So I don't know, maybe it's a bad sample size, but yeah, I don't know. I'm not a big fan of that. I'm okay with, like, oh, maybe it's surfactants. I'm sorry. Sulfates and surfactants are 2 totally different things. My bad. Yeah, I don't know. I tried it for like a month and a half, but fuck that. You shouldn't use silicones or sulfates on your hair, but you can find shampoos that don't have that ingredient. I don't think it matters that much. I think some people stress out about that shit, but I don't think sulfate-free shampoos are like helping your hair that much more than just using a normal like sulfate shampoo. I think it's fine. Or maybe some people have like really sensitive hair. maybe be different, but I'm not sure. I saw molding at 2022 Clippers. Nice. Lots of shampoos that are a little pricier than the base level are advertising no sulfates now. It seems like a trend. Yeah, maybe. Never disregard grooming advice from a gamer. Never. Here's the real memes. Any girl ever that is ever telling you don't use a sulfate containing shampoo, go through her Instagram, like I guarantee you could with Erin's, and see if they consistently use straighteners or curlers on their hair, and point out to them that you are doing way more fucking damage one time curling your hair or straightening it or blow drying it than you will ever do using fucking an infinite amount of fucking sulfate containing shampoos on your hair. Okay? Girls are the funniest people in the world to talk about when it comes to fucking hair care shit, because you destroy the fuck out of your hair every single fucking time you go out to party. And to sit here and pretend like, oh yeah, like, oh, I use a sulfate-free shampoo, and then I fucking curl it, and then I put a ton of product in it, I use a fucking blow dryer, blah, blah, blah. Get the fuck out of here, okay? You destroy your hair constantly. I know you do, motherfucker. I guarantee you, you fucking curl or you straighten your hair. You do some shit to it, okay? Sulfates literally don't matter if you have white people hair. Sulfate-free shit is mainly just for curly or porous hair textures. Yeah, that might be true. Different ethnicities might play with types of like products differently or whatever. Yeah, that might be the case. What is this? Uh-oh.
Some people do that specifically to offset the damage that they do with stuff like that, though, if you damage your hair.
That's great. I'm talking to a room full of 93% men, though. If you're destroying the fuck out of your hair with heat products, which is fine, a lot of women do, then yeah, maybe you want to use like special product. But to like a normal guy, I don't think normal guys need to use sulfate-free shampoo. Unless there might be different ethnic groups.
Fair.
Yeah, I think they're probably going to be
But sulfates are one of like the most common irritants for skin, and they can be a huge cause of dandruff. And tons of men don't condition, so if you're using a sulfate-containing shampoo and you're irritating your hair and getting dandruff and not conditioning, that can be a huge reason for it.
It might be. Yeah, it might be. Possibly. That could be one reason. I had dandruff a long time ago for a while, and I tried the no poo shit for like a month and a half, and it didn't do fuck all for me.
That's so like person specific.
Yeah.
People have different hair and body chemistry, and it's gonna work for some people, and it's not gonna work for other people.
Yeah.
But
There's also a kid I remember at our school
about,
that
like,
he didn't use shampoo because he didn't shower ever, and we called him Snow Globe. Because every time he shook his head, there was fucking dandruff everywhere. Yeah, and it definitely wasn't because he was shampooing his hair too much.
But yeah, the thing you were talking about the reason like multi 2-in-1 conditioners and shampoos not working is exactly spot on. But because of that, you can also use conditioner. So if the ends of your hair are damaged, you can put conditioner on before you shampoo, and that will offset the shampoo on that area of your hair, so you're not damaging that as much or stripping the oils from the ends of your hair, because you really just need to strip like the oils from your scalp. So it's like a
yeah, I don't know about all that shit. All I know is that if I ever shower with a girl and I offer to shampoo and conditioner her hair, she always says, only use the conditioner on the end part. And I'm like, okay. So I'm guessing you're right.
Yeah,
but.
that's it. That, but also if you have like super sorry, I'm sick. If you have like super damaged or bleached hair, then you can use a light conditioner on your scalp. But yeah, you can use like a heavy conditioner on your ends, but never on your scalp.
I condition all of my hair, even my head. I condition the head. Yeah. I press it in there real deep too. I'll come out of the shower and I've got conditioner leaking out of my fucking ears because it's been pushed down through my scalp. Yeah, that's what I do.
Oh man, I used to know one dude who thought the proper way to shampoo your hair was to slick your hair back and then rub shampoo on your hands and then run them over your hair and then just wait.
That's pretty fucking disgusting, but okay.
Yeah, basically anything you say about hair care stuff, it pales in comparison to knowing like a human being actually thought that was the appropriate way to wash their hair.
Well, bet he used a lot of product though, huh?
No, his hair was just always greasy all the time. It was
where the fuck would you learn that movement if you're not like using hair product?
I literally don't know, and I had to teach him how to shampoo his hair. He did it once when we were showering together, and I was just like, are you gonna like lather or anything? He was like, no, it works itself in. And I was like, oh my god, no.
Wait, hold on.
Really,
how long did you date this guy for?
Oh god, this was a nightmare. This was a dude who was way older than me that I dated when I was 18, who was still living with his parents and was an absolute child. And the hair shampoo thing was the tip of the iceberg, but I was not like confident in myself enough to be like, oh, all these red flags are good reasons to break up with him. I still thought I should give him a chance, but that was I stayed with him for 3 years. But yeah, like
Bro,
I didn't
I
need it for the
always-
first 6 months. I was 18 and stupid. Listen.
Sure, but like Jesus Christ, I'll read things on like the relationship subreddit sometimes, and people say things like, so sometimes like when I go to give my boyfriend a blowjob, I notice that he still has like a lot of poop on his butt. Like, what should I do? And it's like, bro,
Oh,
what
God,
the
that's
fuck?
so awful.
What? Just leave.
Yeah.
That sounds fucking disgusting.
Yeah.
Yeah, or like people.
I've never had to tolerate that, thankfully.
Sure, or like people that'll take a shower with a guy and he's like he doesn't like actually wash his body with soap. He just like lets water run over him and then like is done. And it's like, and they maybe shampoo. I don't know. That's just like the most disgusting fucking shit in the world to me. God.
Yeah, I wouldn't have stayed with him if he kept doing that, but
Mhm.
thankfully he was like, he adapted a little bit, but it still sucked being an 18-year-old teaching like a 27-year-old man how to be a human being. So eventually we did break up for that reason, basically.
Jesus.
Yeah. Anyways, hair care.
Well, thanks for the
no
tips.
problem.
I don't know what tips you gave us. I don't actually even know why the fuck you. Oh wait, you said you had things you wanted to mention regarding AI art.
Oh yeah. Oh my God. Do you want to get into that right now? I actually have New Year's plans, so I can't stay for very long, and I'm also like getting over dying from being sick. But
Sorry, hold on. Darius about to come in and say some really stupid shit.
I gotta talk to Pepstar. Pepstar, are you into cosmetology?
cosmetology, like
Yeah, like you know a lot about hair. Okay, can you like can you help me out real quick? So like I need to dry my hair up so I get out of the shower, but I use Color Oops. Are you familiar with that brand?
Is that the one that like deposits a little bit of color each time you shower, or no?
No, it's like
Or is that the color remover?
It's color remover.
Got it.
So
Okay.
I did half and half. I did a black and red thing. I was going for like a Shadow the Hedgehog look, and I used it, and now my hair is green. What's up with that?
I do not fucking know. The thing is, different dyes, if you order them from different brands, sometimes they have different components. So certain times when the dyes fade, they can fade to their different base tones. Like there are certain blues that when they fade, they'll turn green, and there are certain blues that when they fade, they'll be like a more kind of like silvery purple color. So all I can assume
What
is
how is green
something
anything
like
related
that.
to purple?
I don't know, man. Like the base undertones of the dyes that they use to construct that color. If it's like a dark purple, maybe they used green to deepen it.
The color remover is like, it's not even a color, it just smells like rotten shit. I don't even know. I don't know what's in it or whatever, but like, I didn't. So, okay, so this might be like a little bit my fault. So before I did so in order to make black in my hair, I did something pretty fucking retarded. And I wanted to save a couple bucks on black dye. So what I did is I took a yellow dye, an orange dye, a blue dye, a red dye, and a green dye, and I mixed it all together to make like a dark tonish color. And I was hoping it would like make like something really good, and it made the black. It looked good. In the picture, it looked okay. Like it looked fine. It made like a cool black, but it's like all like green, like completely encapsulated and has like taken over everything. So,
yeah,
like,
I think that's literally why like companies will formulate specific blacks and they'll like test those colors and see that the components they're using fade at like usually like the same rate, so that you don't get like a huge predominance of one color as it's fading. But because you mixed it yourself, you obviously like some things faded faster and some things didn't. So that's probably why that's.
Oh, bro, this is so. It looks
creative though.
I know I look really fucking goofy. I get on camera and I show you, but I'm a little bit like shirtless, and I want to make this like R-rated in the chat. You know what I mean? So like I'm gonna finish drying off and I'll come in here and show you. But like I'm trying to figure out how to get it out of my hair now, because I've just used Color Oops twice and my hair smells like absolute shit. And when I go to the gym, I fucking sweat. I fucking like. It's like the whole gym smells like rotten egg shit. And like I've seen people unironically come in and leave because of me, and they don't want to say stuff. It's like it's an apartment gym, so like everybody knows me, and it's like a whole ordeal. So like I really do need help.
Is the Color Oops stuff the kind that you use with a developer as well, like a 10 volume or something like that?
No, it's just like some extra strength
Okay.
crap that has like, it's apparently when I read the bottle, the back of it, it said it shrinks the color molecules so you can wash them out. So when I used Color Oops, I went into the bathtub and I like poured a whole bunch of shampoo and shit and tried to wash out as much as I could. But after like 2 seconds,
Yeah, honestly, when I dyed my hair, recommendations were a clarifying shampoo and then a color stripper.
Yeah.
And I believe one of the color strippers that I used, I had a developer with it also, because developers just like kind of damage the hair. Well, this is like super simplified, but they damage the hair follicle and open the hair follicle, and in damaging it, it makes color easier to deposit, but it also makes it easier for the color to leave. So maybe that's
Wait,
the
what-
next step, but definitely
Can you
like.
Can you send me
look
what
this
you?
up.
can you send me whatever you use? Because like I'm trying online, look at it, and like everyone has their weird like alternative medicine crap for their hair, and it's like so cringe. I can't figure out exactly what to do at all because people tell me
Yeah,
like
I'll try and look up what I used for my hair. It definitely worked a little bit to strip red out because red and blue are some like the hardest ones to strip out of your hair, and that was what I was trying to get rid of. But it doesn't work for natural things like henna or something.
Okay, yeah. Just DM me that stuff. You know, we can talk in DMs about it all. You know,
Yeah,
all this.
sure thing.
Oh yeah, for sure. All right, I'll be back.
Alright. But yeah, AI art stuff, that's like a whole big ass conversation, but I do have a lot of
Yeah, it's okay. I understand. You don't want to talk to me. You'd rather go talk to Darius and Dion.
No,
I got
oh
it.
my
No,
God.
it's okay.
Okay.
You can leave.
Do
Bye.
you want, like,
it's
a
cool. No, it's
summarized
okay. I don't care.
version
I
of
don't
this?
care.
Ah,
It's
oh
okay.
my God.
That's fine. That's all right.
Okay,
I got
bye.
tons of other girls. Yeah, bye.
Just kidding. I have opinions on this.
Nope. Okay. Well, yeah, we can chat sometime later again more time, okay? Be careful.
Okay. See ya.
Bye. Jesus, this is a schizo name if I've ever seen one. Film phylactery.
Oh, hey.
Hello.
What's happening, dude? So I'm gonna go ahead and hop off of Anastasia's point. Probably butchered her name. So the misuse of the word Nazi. You said, Ryan Johnson. What's the detective film? What the fuck is it called?
Detective film, Ryan Johnson. Detective film, Knives Out?
Knives Out, yes.
Yeah.
Yes. That is the one. You called it a 9 out of 10. And I heard you don't like the misuse of the word Nazi. You said Knives Out is a 9 out of 10. I'm the Ryan Johnson, probably know more about him than anybody. Knives Out. So let's talk about Jacob Thromby is I think his name, the teenager of the family. Everybody refers to him as the Nazi, which I find hilarious.
Okay.
Because it's I'm a little bit drunk right now, sorry. It's
Yeah, true.
Yeah. Sorry.
Are you about to bring up something
nervous.
like they call him a Nazi and so why do you like the movie? Or
No. It's the kind of moral ambiguity that is brought up by that term. Everybody calls him a Nazi. There is a GQ article. Actually, I found this when I was doing a little bit of research. A GQ article that names him as the number 2 worst family member after Ransom, the Chris Evans, the antagonist of the film, which I found wild. Because he's just, first of all, he's a teenager.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think you kind of see where I'm going. I kind of want to red pill you on Last Jedi.
Oh,
but that
God.
seems like a little bit too much to pull out right now. Maybe I'll bring that out another time. But I just kind of wanted to bring that little fact up because I think, as I said, I am like the number 1 Ryan Johnson stan, probably.
How did you feel about the Glass Onion? A Knives Out tale.
I have not seen it.
Uh-huh.
But I'm really usually very late to getting to movies. So I'll go ahead and I've made notes because I'm a fucking retard. Have you ever seen The Lobster?
No, I haven't, but Melina's talked about it a lot. I think she likes that movie.
Oh, yeah. Yorgos Lanthimos, a Greek director, very good movie. I highly recommend it to you. That's a good one. Rick Alvarez, I don't remember his name. Entertainment 2015, that's a good one. That's probably not good to you. Oh, this is a funny thing. So, do you remember in your Lex Fridman interview, you were talking about humans, the capability of a single human is good, but when two or more humans come together. Do you know somebody else who said that on his podcast as well?
No, who? Uh-oh.
I'll give you a hint. So I figured out pretty obviously that you at some point had a lisp and you've worked on that quite a bit, which I applaud you. That's hell yeah, brother. Grimes also said the exact same thing on his podcast, which I thought was pretty funny.
Oh, base. Tell her to hit me up on Twitter.
I wish, dude, get me in on that. But I thought that was pretty cool. Another person who has brought up this point, which I also agree with you, is have you ever listened to 21 Savage's Savage Mode 2?
No.
In the opening track, which is narrated by Morgan Freeman, it pretty much hits the exact same points, which is kind of what I would say the movie is Interstellar is kind of about, you know, the kind of the things that we can do when we combine our forces and just the fact that we stand on the shoulder of giants and stuff like that. But anyways, just one of those kind of things. I appreciate you. So I'll just bring this up from The Last Jedi. I think I watched the video where you said something about it. You're saying something about the ring scene where she brings up Rose's character brings up the ring to a little slave child's, which I'll tell you is just, I actually only saw Casablanca a couple days ago for the first time, surprisingly, which I found out is an exact reference to a scene from that, which is, it's a thing. I don't want to get into that right now. I already said that, and I am too drunk. So you should probably bring in somebody else. I'll maybe talk to you later, my duder.
Yeah, all right. Thanks for the, hop around in things, yeah.
Yeah, Schizo posted in 101.
Jesus. Big Booty Judy, tier 2. What do we got? Really? Fascinating. Okay. Knight Solaire, what do we got?
Oh, hey man. Do I sound okay?
So far.
Oh, lucky me. Happy New Year, for a start.
Oh, British?
Yeah, sorry.
Okay, that's alright, go ahead.
Sorry to let you down. I was just wondering, you did a little bit of college back in the day.
Yeah.
I was just thinking, what do you have any sort of, advice or tips or whatever for motivating yourself to get through things like assignments and essays?
Dude, I was the worst homeworker fucking ever. I think I have massive undiagnosed ADHD. I'm not ever a person you want to talk to about motivating yourself for work and school. I'm sorry.
Yeah, okay, that's fine. I'm just having the pleasure of doing master's essays on New Year's.
Well.
Yeah, I know. While I've got you, though, why do you hate British people so much? I mean, I get it, we're really annoying, and we have funny accents. But,
it's not really just a meme, but who knows, Maybe it's not a meme.
I don't think mine's too bad, right?
No, you're okay. You're one of the good ones.
I guess we are... Oh, thank you. I guess we are pretty cringy, but... Oh, well. Anyway, I think that's it. Happy New Year. Love you, chat.
Yeah, have a good one, buddy.
Cheers.
Bye. Poopy Ass. Epic name. Okay, dude. Nice one. Steel Ducky, you're up.
Hello.
Hello.
Hey.
Hey. So horses eat.
Say again?
That's what horses eat.
Yeah, but grass is cheaper.
Okay. Not as cheap as your mom's puss, which is also what horses eat.
Good one. So, just getting back, what percentage of your audience do you think that gets ass mad about your relationship takes? What percentage of those people do you think genuinely don't understand these concepts?
Don't understand or have no experience?
Well, specifically the vocal minority that Destiny, if I invite my dog in the house, do I have to fuck him?
Yeah.
Do you think all those people are bad faith, or?
I don't know. I'm not sure.
Okay. Well, for any
I'm sure for a lot of
autism.
people, what's probably happening is a lot of them are just hearing like a minute or two clip, and then they listen to it and they think like this is the only thing I've ever said about like sex or consent or whatever. So they think I'm setting men up with these like huge expectations. Yeah, I hope that's probably where the majority of people get upset at when they come to talk about things.
Okay, well, I have a potentially alternate framing of what I think is your core point that might help certain autistic people.
Okay.
So basically, like if you're inviting somebody over or being invited and you don't want to sleep with them, you should be clear beforehand, or at least not be surprised if they try something, right? Because like the Seinfeld coffee joke only works because we all, like in America at least, we all have a common understanding that that's the social framework. And that's not like a thing for the olds and obsolete, because we have Netflix and chill, which means what it does, because to this day we all have that same sort of deal. Yeah, and I mean, like, sads are out here, like, they seem super scared of rejection, and that's kind of weird. But yeah, Happy New Year. I actually did have a question.
Okay.
While I've got you, do you? Oh shit. Nope, it's gone. Yeah, I'll catch you another time. Have a good stream, and yeah, catch you on the other side.
Be careful, buddy.
All right.
Christophero, a tier 5 schizo, advanced schizophrenia. What do you got?
Collins, watch the Vosh video.
Okay.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
A little bit of a vigor, you know, like overcompensating in the 90s. Basically, people would start wear crosses, like obnoxious big crosses and stuff like that in the 90s to sort of like return to, I guess, religion when it was not prohibited any longer. But it died down then, after all. People got like tired of it.
It's the countercultural thing, right? Like now that you're not any longer under the thumb of the Soviets, like how do you express your Ukrainian patriotism? Well, by, you know, adopting all the symbology that the Soviets denied you, like, you know, overt Christianity.
By wearing an extremely tacky crosses, of course.
We still have those over here too.
Yeah? Are they like gold and shit, or?
Oh yeah, God yeah, for sure. I mean, literally, have you seen what Kanye West has been up to lately?
I was just gonna say, do you see what rappers wear? I'm sorry.
That guy is like the archbishop of incredibly tacky Christian merchandise. Like like these big wait, hold on. Kanye West sweaters, I think. He has these like gigantic Christ is King branded.
Oh, I saw that. So cringe.
No,
Ew.
yeah, it's with these huge like crosses and stuff. I'm trying to find because he puts out so much merchandise. It's really difficult. Well, here's one of him as Jesus Christ, which feels kind of sacrilegious, I guess. But you know.
I really don't see you, by the way. So if that.
Oh, did I not hit the button?
Yeah,
Oh.
I'm staring at my stat for sure.
Sorry. There you go.
Oh, way better, way better.
My
Staring at yourself is not pleasant.
I forgot to hit. Whoa. That's not true. I forgot to.
Professional YouTuber. True professional here.
Oh,
right?
don't even. This is far from the worst I've done. Okay. Just yesterday, I had an interview with the project manager for the National Trans Survey, and I forgot to publicize the survey participation to my audience before it closed. So there was a couple thousand respondents we could have gotten who we didn't because I just completely fucking forgot.
Oh, that sucks.
I'm sorry. I'd make him. I don't know why I left. That was mean. I don't know why I did that. That was a bully.
Oh,
for no
I also
reason.
have a new camera, by the way, for the people. Like, hey, everyone, by the way, who's watching, because this one does not ruin my face that much. The last one, cheap one I had, it was like distorting, you know, like disrupting the image. Basically, it was like doing some weird voodoo shit with my face. It was like not properly proportioned. But this camera is better, so people can, you know, see the thing.
No,
as it is.
you look great, and also we have a working internet connection this time.
Right.
Oh, wait, I just
I'm
as
sorry.
a curiosity, I'm linking to you the stupid fucking one of Kanye's like
Oh,
very loud sweaters.
Kanye West. Oh shit! It's so tacky.
And see, you see the Christ on the sleeve? It's very funny.
Yes.
I kind of
Oh,
like it.
No, that's bad. It's like 90s Ukraine, basically, aesthetics.
There. Oh, dude, holy shit! 90s Ukraine
We're
was just a
past
bunch
that.
of Kanyes walking around. That's fucking amazing.
Mhm.
Can we see it? Wait,
Yeah.
chat. I just showed
in terms
you.
of style.
God, they have the drip.
Hello, chat.
Oh wait,
Hey.
somebody in chat wanted me to ask you, right before you picked up the call, have you ever watched or read Naruto?
Yeah, I did watch the entire thing and read it too. I was an anime geek when I was
Oh
a
shit!
teen.
Even
Yeah.
Shippuden?
Yes.
Okay, you're
Which I
ahead.
have thoughts on.
Okay, well shit.
not.
Don't share them. You're ahead of me then. Fuck. Okay, there you go, chat.
Yeah. I did watch it. I actually watched.
What if she spoiled the whole thing right now? She said, and then she said the Dali Ben never sleeps. And then hung up. Happy New Year's Eve, Dusty. Are you doing Amnesty? I think if I do Amnesty, I think all my mods will rebel against me. I'm sorry.
Watched a lot of anime, but I mostly like more grim, serious shit. So my favorite thing is anime called Monster, which is
I love
Monster
Monster.
in English. It is fucking amazing. I love it.
That's the one with the.
It would be an hour until they get to the debate
No,
part?
that's not the one with the hand. The
Ask
one
for a
with the hand is
timestamp?
Parasite.
Oh, why did you
Okay,
guys
no,
link
I
me
know.
this shit? What the
I
fuck?
always
No,
get
no,
those mixed up.
that one is. This one is pretty serious shit, like crypto-fascists, Nazis, you know, good stuff.
Hey, that's what we're
Historical,
talking about today.
Yeah, genocide and shit, and you know, personal relationship of one Japanese doctor with his consciousness and his vow.
1:37. Wait, what do you mean it's an hour? No, it looks like it starts happening like pretty soon.
I woke up this morning.
Destiny, I'm in tier 1 room. Drag me up. I've got questions and videos about Christians doing exorcisms in Tanzania village. I spent 1 month with them filming documentary exposing BS, but got footage of thousands acting like demons. Want to see your thoughts and explanations. You know what, dude? I'm going to protect my mind for now. Thank you, though.
To him throwing up on one of my t-shirts because he overate kibble.
Aw,
Hard.
poor guy. Poor T-shirt as well, obviously.
Yeah, it'll
But
survive.
yeah, I really want to be this cat. You know, I just want to chill and do nothing and be stupid. That's my dream life.
What do they call it? There's a fetish for that. Bimbofication, I think?
Okay, that was cute. Thank you.
1, 2, 3,
I appreciate it. I wish I could show you my rabbit, but he's in the room where my sister is, and I think she's also asleep already.
That's fair.
You know.
I know rabbits are more
Yeah.
skittish about being held sometimes anyway.
He's fine. He's so old that he doesn't care. I think.
Okay. We can do
About
this.
anything, about bombs and shit. He's like, fuck it,
5.
don't care.
Rabbits are one of my
yeah,
favorite pets.
Oh, he's cute. I will maybe send you a pic or something.
Oh, yeah, please
At
do.
some point.
I'm sure you have it on Twitter
Yeah.
somewhere.
Yeah, I do. His name is Ponchik, which is donut in English.
So-
Yeah.
A couple of people in chat have been screaming at me that you're going to epically own me in a debate. And I've been getting ready this entire time with all of my bad faith rhetorical tactics. But I have forgotten what it is we're debating about. Would you mind reminding me?
Yeah, honestly, I wouldn't call it a debate. You people are literally obsessed with the debate stuff. I'm like, would like to call it a conversation where I express my, let's put it like that, concerns with some things you said. And I would like you and your audience to hear my concerns and to think about it a bit. That's what I want.
Sure.
So,
Hit me up.
yeah, that's about it. Yeah, basically, I would like to point out first and foremost that I really appreciate your coverage of Ukraine, and I pretty much agree with, from what I've seen, with like 95% of stuff you say, if not more. So it's not like a, you know, some huge ass thing. But what happened is basically I heard your comments about Azov.
Ooh.
And in a video,
Wait, where's
and
my
also
soundboard?
people send me your tweets about them, which I should have pulled up probably, but I will quote, like, not directly, but you know, your words that you said. And I, when I heard it, it was, I think, in maybe April. I'm not sure. My life is a bit, you know, weird. I don't remember dates when I heard people saying stuff.
That's
But you were
reasonable.
covering basically what was going on, and I was watching your video. This is how I stumbled basically upon you, and realized you're the last good lefty on YouTube, basically. But the last hope of the Western leftists. But other than that, this phrase, I will admit, did hurt quite a bit.
Uh-oh.
Especially because I respect you a lot, and you're not like a tanky, you know, dude that calls me a Nazi whore and everything with Ukraine is Nazi. So these people I don't care about. I don't want to talk about them. Fuck them. But you say...
Bro, fuck this voice mod program. I downloaded the actual soundboard thing. Can I... Stupid. Hello? No.
Say so.
Stop. What is this? I never mind. I don't care. We're done with this. I'm not using this soundboard. I'm done. I already give up. Nope. Close. We're done. Nope. 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 Oh, nope. Nope. Okay, we're done. No, stop, close. Wait. It doesn't even work. Milkers. Okay. Test. All right.
In what you said is a bit... It was a bit rough. And what you said was basically that Azov guys should pretty much put guns in their mouths and, like, kill themselves, and you would be like...
Damn! Savage.
Not a direct quote.
Own her,
but the
Vosh.
gist of it, you know?
Own this
Also,
Nazi fuck.
People showed me your tweets when you said, like, be careful, guys, to post locations of Ukrainian troops, not to, like, dox their location to the enemy unless they're Azov. This one?
Take him out.
The comments that people wrote to that were even worse than what you said. But I will not hold you accountable for the, you know,
Take her
stuff
out.
that people in the comments says. I
Come
would
on,
like to
Vaush.
talk to you about what you said.
You gonna let this Nazi get away with this?
I will probably...
You fucked the audio? Wait, what's wrong? Test. It's this program. RTBA wanted me to download this, by the way. Okay, is it still fucked? Blame RTBA. You fine? It's your mic sounds weird now. It's too loud. It sounds different. Is it still different? I closed the program out. It's normally gonna... Okay, I exited all that shit.
Share a story first. I know facts and stuff are important, but here's a little bit of a story. So you wished pretty much to the entirety of Azov battalion to
Die.
You know, die. And you said you would be happy if they die. And people in your comments said a lot of stuff like, yeah, put them to the meat grinder, you know, stuff like that. And me, quite a lot of Ukrainians
Jesus.
were highly offended by that shit. And I will try to explain why in the best way I can. So, to answer me this, for starters, are you of the opinion that literally most people or like every person in Azov is a Nazi? Is this your opinion?
No, not every. I mean, nobody has exact numbers. It's the Azov Battalion was like a regional defense group that emerged kind of their own volition during a period of time where Ukraine had essentially no military capabilities, and they ended up getting involved in the fighting in the Donbass pretty quickly against the Russian proxy invasion. and a lot of the Azov group people were like banned the right ultra nationalists. There were a lot of far right people there, but because it was also like a regional defense thing, a lot of people get pulled in on that. I don't know the exact numbers on this, and every time you check, somebody has like a different like estimation of like, okay, well there were 1,000 Azov people and 500 are Nazis, or actually 10,000 Azov, but only 1,000 are Nazis. You know, I don't know the exact bits. I know that they definitely have a pretty strong like average ideological disposition though.
Damn. He
Correct.
just fucking
On everything.
destroyed her.
I would just add a
Holy
little bit,
shit.
you know, details. I
How is
guess.
she gonna recover?
So basically, what happened is, as you probably know, Maidan Revolution happened, and after that we had no government, functional government. There was no like election, nothing yet done. So it was a clusterfuck basically. After the huge revolution, we had like no government. Nothing. Our president escaped obviously to Russia, former president Yanukovych, and it was a pretty dire time. And in this exact time, of course, Russia decided to invade, which is obviously like the most like hard time in the history of modern Ukraine. They attacked, and they annexed Crimea, as you know, and then they invaded further. So Donbass, the drill. And we at the time had huge problem with like traders, with pro-Russian people in very strong positions of power, like judges, institutions, army personnel, stuff like that. They were like infiltrated pretty much everything, because before Maidan they controlled pretty much everything. Like not always directly, but many Russian citizens were even in control of pretty important institutions in Ukraine. So this was a clusterfuck, and we couldn't like literally trust anyone, and we had no functional army, but we had an invasion on our hands. So in the plans were not only Donbass, but also Kharkiv, where I'm from, also Odessa, and other places. So basically, the people who ended up being the only defenders of this country were those volunteer battalions. Not only Azov, many other as well, like Aidar, many other. And they were, as you said, primarily far-right people. Some of them were very us people, suspicious guys. So, like ultras, so like football fans. They were like maybe like some kind of like gym culture, alpha male dudes as well. There were a lot of people there, honestly. And reasonably, the main person who created Azov, Beletsky, was a literal Nazi. So there's like no way around that shit. So he was like basically Jews everywhere, like they control the banking, crypto Jews, the dance. Yeah, so basically all of that shit. White race, which was a cringe and a half in Ukraine, because nobody literally talks about race here. We're like very homogenous, there's obviously there are people here who are not white, but the majority of people are white, and it's not like a big conversation. People talk about ethnicity, people talk about nationality for sure, but race, it was like a topic that people like didn't even like pick up. And basically he was that.
Wait, here's a question. Melina asked me this the other day. I don't actually know the answer to it. Why do different dog breeds look so different, but they're all dogs? Why aren't there like different human breeds that are like big, like fucking like greyhounds, or small like chihuahuas? What is like the scientific explanation for that? Dogs were ultra bred. If you were to selectively breed humans throughout like fucking like 100 generations, could you get them as significantly different as like dog breeds are? Because dog breeds are very, very, very different. Well, I mean, they're different in like size and shit from one another at least. People keep saying Neanderthals. I don't think Neanderthals were as different from Homo sapiens, because Neanderthals weren't Homo sapiens, as like a Chihuahua is from like a Saint Bernard. They were called Cro-Magnons, and we genocided them. Based. We were made in God's image. There can only be one type of human. Oh, okay.
So yeah, so he is the one who created Azov, which is true, and he was a Nazi. But then he kind of fell in love with Israel, which I don't know what the fuck is that about. He kind of realized that his perfect ethno state all along was the Jewish one. And he then started to use this, by the way, to explain he's not anti-Semitic, because he's like, well, I love Israel. And I was like, what? It's like, forget Beletsky. Basically, he created Azov, and he's a Nazi, yeah. But afterwards, then many people who were also in that battalion, like Yemichev, for example, who is from Kharkiv, by the way. Like most of them are, by the way. They are from Kharkiv or Donbass. They are not Westerners, as many Russians tell you. Bandera, you know, Western people. They are actually Russian-speaking Easterners, primarily. Kharkiv, Donbass. So, as you can imagine, they would be the ones to want to defend their Donbass, where they're from, obviously, right? So it's not only they are like very aggressive people, but they also it's their home that is invaded, like entire east, pretty much, right? So most of them then they had some quarrels basically amongst each other. Some were trying to ditch Beletsky because of his idiotic anti-Semitic rhetoric and that people did not support. It's really hard to sell Nazism in Ukraine. Really hard, because people like basically like hell-bent on hating it because it done so much damage, you know? So for example, in America, you didn't have like a Nazi annihilating you, right? So, but in Ukraine, so many people died, like millions of people died, and Soviet Union, of course, years of Soviet Union were primarily concentrated on hating like Nazism and on saying how great we are because we defeated Nazism, right? So it's pretty hard to sell Nazism in Ukraine in that term. But he didn't manage to do that. He was very interested in politics, not in fighting. He created his own national corps. Not corpse, whatever. Not the dead bodies. National something corpse, I think, but I can pronounce the word correctly for make it not sounding like dead bodies.
It's core.
So basically,
in English.
Oh, maybe yeah.
You ignore the P and the S and just call it core.
Yeah, so basically that's what he created. It was deeply unpopular among people, among even far-right people in Ukraine. Nobody like vibed with that shit.
Any New Year's resolutions? Yeah, my resolution this year is to beat Factorio.
Verkhovna Rada, which is like parliament in Ukraine. He got 1 seat first time and 0 seats the next elections. So not very lucky in terms, you know, getting power. So other than that, what I was saying is that people started to defend their country and fight to prevent Russia from going any further.
Does this
so
work?
Pretty much the only reason why my Kharkiv and me, as a person, were not occupied by Russia in 2014 is them. So despite everything, I will be forever grateful for that, for obvious reason, because I don't want to be killed, raped, and imprisoned.
Loser.
So yeah, and I want to be a Ukrainian, as many other people want to be, you know? So after the
okay, Vosh, let her have it.
Afterwards, they were kind of like integrated in the army as a whole.
In 2014?
So not like as volunteer entities, like separate battalions, right? But integrated in Ukrainian armed forces, which was a good thing, because literally they started to blend in with everyone else and get de-radicalized. They separated themselves from Beletsky and his political party entirely, almost entirely, and they started to get way more new members, just people who wanted to protect their home. And the only people who were fighting back in the day were these battalions. So if you wanted to protect your country, that's where you had to go. You didn't have like, you know, a regular army, which is weird for America to understand, I think. But we had like...
Wait, did Straight Array ditch her first panel? Is that really what happened? Uh-oh.
Zero army.
Did she go full lav?
And these guys were the ones who started to get more people there, like from various ethnicities. So like Jewish people, Greeks, Azerbaijani people, all sorts of people started to integrate and to become part of this, you know, force in Azov as well. And of course, this helped with, you know, dilute this nationalist, very far-right vibe they were having. And yeah, so this is basically what happened. And at this time, pretty much Nemechev denounced, he's like the actual leader of Azov right now. he denounces like what Beletsky did. He also denounced his far right and
Oh, it was the map panel. She want to talk to pedophiles? Nice. I guess she's like 17, right? Wouldn't that make sense?
anti-Semitic stuff. And he said that they have like a 30% of very, very far right people in Azov right now, which is his estimation. There's very much, like you said, you cannot check that shit, honestly. So how would you like, you know, say, yeah, 30%, yeah. But that's what he says. And also we cannot jump in his head to see, are you a Nazi? But at least his rhetoric has nothing to do with that. And not a single like manifesto of theirs has anything to do with anti-Semitism or any racial shit at all.
Like my
Mostly
manifestos.
They talk about anti-imperialism, so fight against Russia, and they are very NATO skeptic and very Eurosceptic. So they don't want to be part of European Union and part of NATO. They want like independent Ukraine, and they hate like communism, Soviet Union shit, and Russia. That's like the main gist. And again, not to say that there are no Nazis there, for sure. But, you know, the majority of them right now are not Nazis.
All right,
So,
Bosch.
here's my
Destroy.
problem. Why did you think it's okay to wish those people dead?
Oh, sure. Well, I don't and can't really care if Nazis die, because the political consequences of them living are generally far worse than, you know, them not making it along the way. The main concern that I have, and this has been lightened somewhat recently, because Ukraine actually has a pretty resilient liberal democracy, which means that it's sturdy politically. But the concern that I have is that what you call watering down, I would call like integration and normalization. That by having people in the Azov battalion washed into the mainstream military, they get quieter, they get less overtly anti-Semitic because that stuff doesn't sell, but they...
By the way, I don't think people can do this. This whole idea of like covert like people are secretly racist and it goes underground and then it foments and they get these like secret. I don't think it works that way. I think that like if you're forced to like hide amongst a group of people, you're gonna start to lose those radical beliefs just because it's virtue of like being around people that are thinking differently than you. Like you're gonna start to adopt their way of thinking. I don't think you can maintain these radical beliefs and hide them and disseminate them in a group of people.
Quiet.
Because that works contrary to how we believe like other things can work, right? If we think about like racialized humor, why do we not like racialized humor? Well, because if people start to tell racist jokes on you for long enough, you're probably going to start to like get a little bit racist. If you take like the biggest racist ever and you throw them into a group of people that aren't racist at all, I think eventually they're like, okay, I don't vibe with this as much anymore. Even if they are kind of racist, like I don't know, I just don't talk about it. I just don't like. I think that's more likely to happen than anything else. But
Italy tried to build power within those institutions. That is, after all, what happened in Germany after the fall of the Third Reich. And it's what's happening right now in America, where they stay, you know, more quiet, and they go like, okay, we have some legitimacy now. We can gain accreditation as heroes of Ukraine. We have sacrificed ourselves. We've laid our blood and sweat on the line to defend it against Russian invasion. And now we have some legitimate institutional power. So we have to keep quiet for a bit, but one day, we'll take back what's ours. And this happens all the time with far-right ultranationalism.
when does it happen all the time? Wait, like I'm gonna need, if we're gonna say all the time, I would want 3 examples, but could I just get at least like 1? Like where like sleeper, like I feel like in order for these people to become popular, it usually requires a whole bunch of like outwardly popular support, right? Like Hitler, I don't think Hitler, oh, something can be wrong, but I don't think Hitler was like a secret fucking dog whistling. Didn't he write Mein Kampf before he became like any like big chancellor or whatever of fucking Germany? Hold on, when was that? I need to check. Mein Kampf, Wikipedia. When did Amazon list this book? Okay, published in 1933, right? Like, yeah, it's not like he was exactly quiet. It's not like Hitler was in here like subtly trying to turn them with 4chan humor, right?
Groups. Now, whether or not that's actually going to play out, like, obviously, I don't know. And at the moment, I don't think it will. In particular, I don't think that Euro and NATO skeptic vibes in Ukraine are going to survive the war with Russia. I think that the, you know, pro-EU, pro-NATO sentiment is just too strong. I think that Ukraine has a bright future ahead of it, and I don't think any effort to subvert that with some kind of weird, isolatory ultranationalism would work. But I do think efforts are being made. There are a lot of photos of Ukrainian soldiers who have like weird Nazi memorabilia patches on their shoulders and stuff. And a lot of Western leftists, they see this and they misinterpret it. They think, oh, look at this, they're all Nazis. That's not true. In reality, it's a small group of Nazis in the military making an effort to be in front of every camera shot because they want to front themselves. It's the same reason why a lot of U.S. Military officials over in Iraq and Afghanistan were very keen on promoting like Western Christianity in the photo ops that they would do over there because they want to overemphasize the presence they have in the in the occupation. You know, they want to overemphasize their involvement. In truth, like, edgy statements aside, if you're like a Nazi in the Azov battalion, like a proper Nazi, I mean, you know, like ideologically, I think the best thing that you can do is obviously the best thing, like the best thing you could do is fight, win, and be de-radicalized. You know, I'm big on that narrative. If I wasn't, I wouldn't have so many former alt-righters in my community. But if you're not going to be de-radicalized, if we can magically assume that you're going to stay a Nazi your whole life or whatever, I think the best thing you can do for your country is to fight and die defending it against Russia. That way, you defend against Russia, and you rid Ukraine of your subversive and destructive political ideology. I mean, a great many of them did that down in Mariupol, so it seems they're taking that advice to heart anyway. I know that in reality, people always have the ability to change, but also in reality, oftentimes they don't. And there are really bad consequences to the valorization of far-right ultra-nationalist military brigades, you know, in the context of making them national heroes. We saw what that did with Bandera, after all. I mean, he was a Nazi collaborator and hailed as a hero of Ukraine because the ultra-nationalist element was seen as a,
Not because he was a Nazi.
No.
He was fighting against Soviet Union and Nazis.
Exactly, but he was a Nazi collaborator until they rejected him.
At a point, yes.
Yeah, but that's the thing, right? Being an ultra-nationalist means that you...
What up, Tiny? Much love from Kuwait. Holy shit. What's up, dude?
You get to be a hero in spite of having done that, and that's my concern.
Yes.
Yeah, and that's what I worry about. It whitewashes, you know?
Three things.
Three things.
First thing, you said that you don't mind and cannot mind, like, Nazis dying. You think it's like a good thing, essentially. But you yourself admitted that that you don't know if the most of the Azov battalion are Nazis. So when you did not wrote Nazis in Azov should put guns in their mouths and kill themselves. You did not say dox the locations of Nazis in Azov battalion. You said just Azov battalion. And most of people there are not Nazis. That's the first thing. So I really don't get how it explains why it's okay to say that, because I understand wishing Nazis to die. But you said yourself, you don't know. Are they Nazis? Are they not? You don't know.
Well, it would be like...
that's one thing.
Oh, I just want to say, it would be like me saying, I don't really care about, like, Wehrmacht losses in the siege of Stalingrad. The majority of the Wehrmacht weren't, like, committed ideological Nazis. A lot of them were just dipshit German recruits.
Are we really doing that? Are we really comparing those people to Wehrmacht?
Well,
those people who literally defend their homeland, did not hurt a fucking anyone, did not do any anti-Jewish pogroms, did not commit any crimes, did not have this rhetoric published anywhere. Are we like truly comparing this? You think a good comparison?
I'm only talking about Nazi-affiliated or associated military groups in which not every member is an actual Nazi. In the Wehrmacht, there were tons of people, even towards the end, like post-Battle of the Bulge, you know, when the Germans were fighting in Germany. The majority of the people who were recruited to the Wehrmacht by that point were like 15-year-old boys. I mean, they were, you know, hardly like the like SS members, hardly like ideological warriors of Nazism.
They were recruited in a Nazi army, in a country that attacked other people, that committed genocides. You cannot possibly compare people who went to defend their homeland.
Or can he?
I think it would depend.
Work.
It would depend on their reasoning. In terms of like,
reasoning was defend my homeland from Russia. That's the reasoning.
Yes, but it really depends on why they're doing it as well. And this is why I worry about ultra-nationalism being a kind of whitewashing force for like far-right neo-Nazism, right? You can want to defend your homeland for very wrong reasons. It's true that the Azov battalion is fighting a defensive war, and the Wehrmacht was most certainly not. But in terms of like the moral character of the people in those armies, in the SS, pretty much everyone was a Nazi. There's no getting around that. But in the Wehrmacht, the reasons people would have joined up or been recruited would vary enormously. To give you another example of this like principle in action, I don't think the majority of the people who are invading Ukraine, like Russian soldiers, are ideologically anti-Ukraine.
Vosh is missing here the bigger picture that that Anna brought up, which is that like the soldiers of the Azov battalion are principally fighting a defensive war against a foreign invader. Full stop. The soldiers of Germany were part of a Nazi army that were fighting against like foreign, like it's the purpose, the function of the army, irrespective of the individual ideologies, is like way different. So the comparison of these two things is just not, it's not accurate, right?
I mean, a lot of them are conscripts, and a lot of them are just, you know.
Not all of them are, but not all, for sure.
I'm sure a lot of them are, but hardly all of them. But for the same reason, when I see Russian soldiers killed in Ukraine, I know a lot of those people are probably good people who are just, by sociological circumstance, thrown into situations in which they are playing the bad guy, but they are still the invaders. And for that reason,
Again,
I can't...
there are invaders. There are invaders. We are not, and we never have been.
Yes, but in that instance, we're just talking about, like, whether or not every member of that group is an adherent to an ideology or belief system that I think is harmful. Even if there was a purely defensive conflict.
Sure, but you don't know the reasoning. You don't know who these people are. You yourself said that you don't know if there are Nazis. And I'm pretty sure that at least half of them, if not more, are not. So I explained to you the situation already. And yeah, so this is my issue. I don't think it's a good way to do it. I don't think I again, respect you. This is nothing like, you know, I'm not like trying to paint you as like a awful person for saying that. I'm just trying to explain that to me it's very brutal to say something like that to people who are first of all defenders of this country.
That's awful.
And second of all are not Nazis. Not all of them, not even the half of them.
Okay.
So if they were like actively committing like some shit against Jews, if they were like, even if they were talking about it, that's another conversation. But they don't.
To use a specifically defensive context, though,
do it.
To be a little bit more broad, only using like the defensive force involved. I also would not care that much about the death of Polish ultranationalists during the invasion from Nazi Germany in �39, or right-wing ultranationalist Brits who were killed in the Blitz.
What? If far-right people in your country are murdered by an invading country, you're okay with that? That's a wild implication. Like, could you imagine a conservative saying, like, yeah, if we got invaded and there was a draft me to fight, I'd be okay with progressives being killed by, like, a Chinese or Russian invader. That's a pretty wild statement, my dude. Like, I think in the presence of foreign invaders, I'm pretty sure you're relatively unified as a country. Maybe... in the Western world we are. In places where the boundaries are a little bit more artificial, maybe not. But I feel like for Western countries, if a foreign invader were to show up, I'm pretty sure you'd be pretty unified in that. I feel like that. I could be wrong, but I feel like that'd be the case.
By the Luftwaffe. In large part because even if they're on the defensive side of things, we're talking about people with fundamentally genocidal ideologies. Or like, yeah, like the Ku Klux Klan or something. Or ultra far right, or like, there were divisions of U.S. Pacific military brigades who fought against the Japanese, horribly racist, who went out there and combated them. And I don't really care about their losses either, you know? Whether or not every single member of these groups is like ultra far right aligned or whatever, as a general association, like the point that I'm making is that a war which at its end sees the fewest number of far-right people alive, is one which, you know, ensures the greatest likelihood of peace at the end.
Fuck, is there like an anime? I feel like something's like on the tip of my brain. There's gotta be an anime or a movie or something I watched where there's like an invading force and somebody's like, let's sacrifice the whatever people because if they all die, it's better for us if they, like, coming out of the war. Like, Jesus, that just seems like it seems kind of wild.
Obviously,
for
the
you,
greatest priority
the
is Ukraine winning, but that's why I think that the Azov battalion should be allowed to fight. And I've
Did it
encouraged
happen
that.
in Code Geass?
So for you, the general association with a far-right ideology is enough to condemn people to die?
Well, I'm not actually condemning people to die. I'm making a sort of errant statement.
I just hope they die to
which
foreign
I would in
invaders.
many other cases. I've made jokes about 9/11. I don't think it's out of line.
I see.
At least in this case, we're talking about people who have the potential to do real harm.
Stop! Don't do that. Don't say you're joking and then say potential to do blah, blah. You're not joking. This isn't a joke. This is a real position you have, right?
But how do we know that?
Because
I mean, they
they're part
have
of the
zero
Azov
power.
battalion.
They are not glorified because some of them are anti-Semitic. They are glorified because they literally spilled blood for me to sit here.
Like Bandera.
That's why they're glorified.
They're glorified
Yes.
for being ultranationalists as a way of
Well,
covering
to
up
be
their
quite
far-right
fair,
views.
Bandera is pretty controversial figure because unlike Azov, he actually did kill Jews. So, you know, he's way worse in that sense because he's literally on but did commit crimes against Jews and Poles as well.
Do you think
So,
the Azov
yes,
would
so-
if they had the ability?
No,
Why not? It was
Definitely
started
not.
by a Nazi.
because it's not a Nazi battalion anymore. They don't spread that the
This is, I know I'm never, this is just why I just don't like the term. Like, oh, if one Nazi started your group, then every single person that joins in the future is by the transitive property also going to be a Nazi that wants to kill Jewish people. Like, that probably doesn't logically follow. Like, that argument is like Republicans were the ones that freed the slaves and Democrats voted against or like Democrats are the ones that voted against the Civil Rights Act. Like, this doesn't really hold there, I don't think.
word. Most of them are just regular people who I personally know, by the way, and who are not Nazis, who are not anti-Semitic in any way, shape, or form. And this is not the vibe. This is not would be. If they did, if I knew that one of them actually were incredibly anti-Semitic and committed some kind of crime against a Jew, they should be prosecuted. Fuck that motherfucker. We do not stand for this here.
That's true. Destiny, quote unquote, or quote, would they do it if they had the ability, end quote. Vosh would literally execute political opponents in the United States if he had the ability. True.
No, I get
And,
that. I'm not.
yeah, but
I'm
we
not
don't know
impugning.
that.
I'm not impugning you here.
Do it,
But
impugn her.
The
Yeah.
Azov Battalion was a militia group founded by Nazis who ideologically.
8 years ago.
Yes.
But they weren't founded to go kill Jews, right? I don't think the Azov Battalion ever did that. I don't remember the guy's name, but the founder, they referenced it. Even the guy that found the Azov Battalion, I don't think killed Jews. I haven't heard of like Jewish violence in Ukraine. I don't know if that happens. Or even had happened. I'm not sure. Maybe somebody can. No, it hasn't. I know. You know why I know it hasn't happened? Because if it had, fucking Hinkle and Haas would be fucking licking that shit all day, every day. Like, I don't think in the past like 20, 30 years, I don't think that like Jewish violence has been like a staple of like Ukrainian life.
And
There's
their-
been a big change
Their
there.
founding has had an influence on the ideological predispositions of the group. Do you think
No,
it's
wait, not an influence. The founder was a Nazi. Let's put it plainly. I'm not just trying to, sugarcoat it. The founder was straight up a Nazi, but it does not. A lot of them are no longer affiliated with them. People like Nemechev are no longer affiliated with that. With Beletsky as well, they condemned
Beletsky
him. They
guy.
denied any connection with him. And I have no reason to doubt it at this point because they have not. There are no credible organization aside from Russian fakes that truly found them committing any crimes against Jewish people in
Okay.
the occupied areas.
Take her out,
And,
Vosh.
What you're saying
End her. Right here.
Again, this is the thing. I'm not talking about whether or not they've committed crimes against the Jewish people.
Boom.
I'm talking about whether or not it's possible that ideologically they would have did exactly what Bandera had done if the socioeconomic
No.
circumstances were permissive. Right now, we don't live in a
Destiny, anti-Semitism in Ukraine, late 20th and early 21st centuries. Dog, there was anti-Semitism in all of fucking Europe in the late 20th and early 21st centuries, okay? Or, well, 1900s. Sorry, hold on. I thought that was 1800s. Probably not as much anti-Semitism in Europe after post-World War II as there was prior to World War II. Sorry, my bad. You're lucky. Yeah, you almost caught a big man
where the
there.
people in Ukraine can just up and, facilitate a Holocaust. That's just not a thing that can happen right now. But I think that if you went back 80 years, a lot of the people, if taken from now to then, in the Azov Battalion would have been collaborators. Certainly, they're ideologically in line with that. The only difference between now and then is that now they're being given a pretext for ultranationalism and national self-defense without it being, directly framed through Nazi collaboration. And that's good, but the ideology is still there.
There's nothing in them, in their ideology. They are battalion. I'm not talking about a political party. Those are two different things. They are not anywhere there. You can see phrases like Ukraine for, white Ukrainians. It's not in their text. It's not something they talk about at all. In fact,
that's smart of them, right? But the fact that they're not a political party,
so you're
if they're still a militia,
you're incapable of believing that they are true about that. You think they are just hiding their power level, basically, is what you think.
yeah, I'm sure there are plenty of people in the Azov Battalion who do that. That makes sense for a far-right group to do, and they've been doing that all around the world. Again, what we've seen right now in Germany. After the fall of the Third Reich, not every Nazi was persecuted, of course. A lot of them have sown seeds in the police and military defense, and right now there are a bunch of neo-Nazi militias in the hills of Germany, because only 3 generations ago, a lot of those people's ancestors would have themselves been members of the Nazi Party. They keep quiet. They talk about dog whistles. They talk about German sovereignty, and they talk about immigration.
I understand.
And eventually they have
I understand.
Right. Well, we see this in America too. I agree
They're
that
nothing like that.
Well, I agree that not every
sorry.
person in the Azov Battalion is like a card-carrying neo-Nazi. I definitely think there's a predisposition ideologically to the group. Ooh.
Yeah, but again, I did not address this point. It was the initial points you made after I finished talking. One of them was that you are kind of afraid that they will be, get some power, something like that. They have 0 power even before Russian invasion. The political party had 0 seats, 0. Nobody voted for those fuckers, like Beletsky and his party. I mean, in the beginning and in the second election, in both elections. So they have 0 influence. Nobody supports that shit. Literally, very few people.
But what about the secret Nazi
what kind
takeover?
Of power can they have? People do not praise any of that. People only praise defenders of Azovstal, for example, who, by the way, you wished to die. Those people as
if they're Nazis,
heroes.
sure.
You didn't say that. You said just Azov Battalion.
Well,
so for
yeah,
them, you made this generalization that they're all Nazis.
The same way I would say I don't care if people died in the Wehrmacht, but then if you ask me so what if there was a person in the Wehrmacht who actually wasn't...
Wehrmacht.
Wait. This is a valid comparison. If I said I don't care if people die in the Wehrmacht, and you're like, okay, what if someone was in the Wehrmacht, but they were recruited, they're not an ideological Nazi, and also they won a defect? And I'm like, okay, well, that person...
It's not a good comparison.
I am only... Okay, fine. Let's use a different comparison. In the United States Civil War, the North invaded the South, but the North were on the defending team. The South started the war at Fort Sumter.
Yeah, no.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, actually. In terms of Civil War history, if the South could have seceded and had the North not fuck with them at all, wouldn't the South have gone with that? Or is that not true? Everybody's saying fired the first shot's a fucking retard and doesn't understand my question, which is fine. I shouldn't have even asked chat. I'll read about this later. That's my things to read. I'm pretty sure this. I think if the South would have been allowed to like have their slavery shit and done their shit and seceded to its own country, I don't know if the South would have necessarily wanted to go to war with the North. But I think the North wanted to, especially as they started winning like battles. I think they wanted to retake the South and reunify the country. I'm pretty sure that's the case.
So there were groups of Northerners who were led by generals who were like fully pro-slavery. There were military divisions from the North that were like not ideologically in disagreement at all with the South. The only reason they were invading the South was for like national unification. They wanted to stomp the Southern traders, but they weren't like anti-slavery. They were just on the other team. Now, if I said, let's say there was like a battalion of them called like, I don't know, like Fuckers Battalion, Pickles Battalion, right? Pickle, let's go with Pickle, okay. Pickles Battalion. And Pickles Battalion, they're doing good work, okay? They're shooting Confederates. I love it when they do that. But these people ideologically are pro-slavery. After the Civil War, they are going to fight to keep slavery in the South and push for it in Western expansion. If the people in Pickles Battalion died while fighting, I really wouldn't give a damn. Even if not every soldier in that group was ideologically pro-slavery, you know, and I can get specific if we're talking specifics, like, okay, well, maybe that person just signed up because of this reason or that reason. But I think it would be okay for me to say broadly, like, yeah, I don't really care if they lose this battle, because at the end of the day, they're only on the right side because they happen to be born there. They aren't ideologically in the right. And the Azov Battalion also is not ideologically in the right.
Christ.
They defend Ukraine because they're in Ukraine. But ideologically, a lot of those people are advocates of politics worse than what Russia advocates for.
Damn.
I understand.
Damn.
Not all of them,
So,
of
yeah,
course,
so
but a lot of them.
Deeply disagree with everything you just said, because not because it's a bad comparison, this one is better, but I know where we disagree. Actually, it's not the I don't disagree with what you're saying. I would agree with it 100% actually if they were actually ideologically propagating awful things, and most of them are not, and they have zero power. So yeah, so this is why we disagree, because you see them as this like originally evil force, basically. Sorry for using this colorful language, but basically, you know, like this, the force that is potentially will, you know, bring some very evil stuff. But I just don't think it is. It's not like that. Most of them are just regular people from Kharkiv, from Donbass, who are not Nazis.
That's the case for all armies.
Not really. I
Yeah.
mean, in a sense,
all
we wouldn't
armies
call
are
it like
composed
that, right?
mostly of normal people.
Azov is not the entire army. You know that. I'm not going even to address that. It's like
But
1,000
all
people.
battalions are
you guys know
composed
that.
mostly of normal people, right? Like literally any army, any force
Yes,
from
but
the
what I'm
Mongol
trying to
hordes.
say is that it is not their ideological drive anymore. It's not. They're not.
Do you think
there
you'll do anything
to-
special? 1 million
there's
subs?
just no
Yeah, I'll
point
dye my
in
hair
that
back brown.
in Ukraine at whatsoever. Let me tell you a little bit of a story, just to address why it's so. I guess I cannot breach this. Maybe I don't have like the words for it, and I will tell you. I understand what you mean. I just understand that we are seeing things differently in that sense, because I don't see them as this threat as you do. I don't see them as this, you know, ideologically evil force that has some good people in it by chance. I don't see them like that. So this is why I guess we disagree, because the examples you bring I would actually agree with. I just don't see Azov as those examples, and this is why basically. So here's the thing. I told this story I think to Not So Erudite. I think you know her. I think you talked with her, Kyla. And the story basically is about my friend who I met him when I was in the university, and he initially escaped from Russian invasion in 2014. He was from Mariupol, and basically what happened is he and other people, most of my friends are from Donbass for some reason, I don't know why it happened in the university. Basically they all moved to other cities in Ukraine, right? To not be occupied by Russia and not to be part of this Donetsk People's Republic shit. You know probably about it. So they moved to Kharkiv, to Kiev, you know, to other cities basically. So he, let's call him Stas, he moved as well. So he moved to Kharkiv. But then he just couldn't deal with this shit, and he told us, me and my best friend who is now fighting, that he will be enlisting to defend his home. He cannot let Russians take it, and he just cannot allow it. He wants to defend his home, his loved ones, And Mariupol was, as you probably know, back in the day, indeed defended. So they did not let Russians take it, basically. And he then, oh, sorry, my computer is about to die. Fuck. No.
Oh, no, wait, this is okay.
I'm in it. So he enlisted in Azov, which was the only battalion at the time that defended, east. And also, a lot of them were from Mariupol. And he wanted to defend his hometown, first and foremost. And since then, for 8 years, he has been fighting in the battalion and fighting for Ukraine. And then when this phase of war began in February, he was the one who also, they had amazing experience in fighting. They were like one of the best soldiers at that point. So they were sent to the toughest places, like Mariupol, which you probably know. I think you heard, right? You talked about it, I think, about Azovstal.
Yeah.
And so he was there. And and we lost connection with him. And basically, the last thing he said was that he's going to probably kill himself. Because, sorry, a bit emotional. So he...
Don't let her appeal to emotion, Vosh.
So he basically said he was going to kill himself because he doesn't want to be taken by Russians. He knows what they do. He knows what they do to... Especially Azov prisoners, as you can imagine, probably they were like... Their image in Russia is very inflated. And there's like this boogeyman, Nazi stuff. And they are many Russians show Azov soldiers captured ones as an example. They like torture them, do horrendous shit with them, honestly, like genitalia mutilation, like they look like concentration camp victims when the ones we got back. So he knew that his comrades were taken, and he said that he is very injured, and he participated in taking more than thousands of people out, civilians, out of Azovstal building. So he saved thousands of lives, this person, and he then decided to basically shoot himself. Yeah.
Wow. Wait, what? Hold on. What the fuck? Chatter's actually supporting the Azov battalion for anything other than using them as cannon fodder. Wait, bro, it's a group of people that fucking fight in Ukraine. I don't understand. I don't understand the extreme fucking hatred. Even at like the worst propaganda about them, the initial thing was that pre-2014, maybe 10 to 20% of the Azov battalion were Nazis. That was like, and that was the worst propaganda, is 10 to 20% of them. So this is like 100 to 200 people at the most, right? Like,
I don't know, honestly, if he did. Maybe he got taken. But this was basically the moment when I saw you saying that.
Don't let her get you on this one, Vosh. You gotta fight back.
So, yeah, sorry.
Fight back.
I don't know, I'm crying, stupid. So basically, yeah, I'm sorry for the emotions, but this is something I want you to consider.
Vosh is gonna get her,
Jewish.
guys, don't worry.
Jewish, Greek, not a Nazi. A lot of them in Mariupol, by the way, Jewish Greeks for some reason. So yeah, this is the man.
People who research Azov said at most
killed
20% were Nazis.
And
Didn't
I
I
think
say that? 10 or
it was.
20%? Is that not what I just said?
Yeah, that's the story. And this is a regular person in Azov. He was never anti-Semitic. He was a Jewish person, religiously Jewish, by the way, ethnically Jewish. He was incredibly kind, and
Vosh is loading. He's loading.
Very actually kind of liberal in terms of like Ukraine. So very like even.
Now I understand what the chatter meant by emotionally compromised. Ooh. I respect that this is personal and sad, but it just proves her bias further. Big Giga chat.
Feminist, not feminist. He didn't call himself out, but he was like pro women. It's cringe here for people, men especially, to call themselves feminists. So they would never say it, but he was like very pro women, pro choice. Decent person in all accounts. So this
He's
is
loading,
a regular
guys.
person.
Come on.
Azov. My friend who went to defend their homeland, but you for some reason. And
Want
many
them to
other
die.
people are hell-bent on thinking all of them are Nazis,
Yeah.
just because the original creation was done by a Nazi. So,
Okay,
yeah,
here
sorry.
he goes. He's getting
I'm
ready.
Very sorry.
Sorry, but
that
not
has
sorry.
happened. You don't need to apologize for crying. It's a perfectly reasonable thing to get emotional over. I do take issue with your framing. You didn't take my advice. You never heard what I had to say. I want to be clear because I feel like we have to apply a non-selective standard for the way in which we talk about stuff like this. There are good people in every fighting force that has ever existed in humanity. If you were able to sort through all of them, you could probably find some morally good SS members, like people who are secretly waiting for the regime to fall or whatever. I mean, literally anything, like even the most morally heinous. When you make broad denunciations of literally any fighting force, invariably you're going to be wrapping, not just fighting force, groups of people. You're going to be wrapping in people who are undeserving of poor consideration. If you are talking about, like, I've talked about the Saudi royal family, I have talked about the military of North Korea, I have talked about the Russian military, I have talked about so many different groups with broad denunciations. I speak in historical terms. Which groups do I want to see survive after all of this is done? The answer is going to be obvious every time. I don't want any far-right group to survive, because those are the people that create the conflicts that end up killing more people down the line. Obviously, if you take a look at any historical conflict in World War II, who do I want coming out on the other side? Well, in the grand scheme of things, obviously, the people who won't do a second Holocaust. I mean, that seems reasonable. With regards to the Azov Battalion, I want to be clear. This gets caught up in a lot of...
Why doesn't he just admit he should have worded it differently? No. He worded it correctly. He said it exactly what he means. If you are politically far right, he wants you to die. And if you associate with people that are politically far right, you empower those far right people, and he wants you to die too. We're not equivocating here. That's exactly what he's saying, right? He's being very clear about it. So he didn't misword anything. He said exactly what he meant to say, and he said it back. If you associate with far-right people, and that means, like, that might even mean you're a Trump supporter in the United States. Well, fuck no, I don't know what he thinks. But if you associate with far-right people, you're just as bad as those far-right people, and you should die.
Like, anti-Ukrainian narrativizing that I have never bought into. Are there Nazis in the Ukrainian military? Yes. Are there in the American military? Yes. Are there in the Russian government? Yes. They are everywhere, unfortunately.
That's but true.
Nazis everywhere.
Ideology. And I have never bought into the idea that the existence of Azov, no matter its prominence in some forms of media or how often they flash their black suns at the cameras when they're given the opportunity, represents some kind of innately far-right tendency in the Ukrainian military. The Ukrainian military and people, as far as I can tell, are more liberal-leaning than the U.S. in a lot of ways. They might end up being one of the...
What? Wait, I'm sorry. What? Wait, I gotta listen to what I just said again. What was that?
The strongest back, or some forms of media, or how often they flash their black suns at the cameras when they're given the opportunity, represents some kind of innately far-right tendency in the Ukrainian military. The Ukrainian military and people, as far as I can tell, are more liberal-leaning than the U.S. in a lot of ways.
I don't know what he means by that. The Ukrainian military people are on average more left-leaning than the United States. I don't know what that means. I don't know how to. Yeah.
They might end up being one of the strongest bastions of liberal democracy in the West after what's going on right now in the U.S. and Western Europe. The reason I'm saying all of this is because I want to put, like, properly into context the things that I have said. You talk about whether or not a broad statement about military fighting forces is made valid based on whether they're on the defense or attacking, whether they're legitimate or illegitimate in their broader course. And I understand that. I want the Azov Battalion to contribute to a victory against Russia after
I just want them to all die while they do it.
In the long term, in the grand...
I want them to die in the process.
In the grand scheme of things, a world with fewer Nazis, however many of them there were before and are now, is a world more likely to have fewer people die needlessly in the future. As far as I'm concerned, the only reason the Russian invasion is happening is because of the Nazi-ish tendencies in the Kremlin. It's a recurring problem.
I would call them fascists more, like Nazis is not there, like
they
they're not
they
there,
lean
like,
in.
anti-Semitic. Yeah.
They
lean in for sure, like fascists for sure, yes.
They
but,
lean
yeah,
in.
they're
Yeah.
not. It's a bit hard to lean in because, like I said, their whole identity is built on winning against Nazis, you know. So it's really hard in Russia, again, like in Ukraine, to sell Nazism.
We see a lot of that here too,
yeah.
because there are a lot of like pro-Russia, like tanky types, you know, who are ideologically fully in line with Nazis. Like literally, they won't say Jews, they'll say Soros, but apart from that, they'll basically.
Yeah, I know that's up. Yeah.
Yeah, this recurring issue, you know, and I would say the same in literally any other conflict. For instance, the U.S. invasion of Iraq, right? Or in Afghanistan, right? We were the invaders in Afghanistan, but generally speaking, the Taliban were far, far worse than we are. You know, like in terms of moral disposition and political prescriptions, we may have invaded Afghanistan, but the Taliban are way worse in terms of what they want to do with Afghanistan relative to us. And we can see that now in our absence, what they have done. The point that I'm trying to get at is that in all of these conflicts, all of these sides, whether we're talking winner, loser, invader, defender, so on and so forth, I have made many sweeping claims about which groups I want to win, which sides I want to see take prominence, which groups I think are more or less harmful, more or less deserving of death. But these ascriptions don't survive individual scrutiny. None of these are meant to be denunciations of any individuals because I don't know those individuals. Every person who from a distance is a member of some Nazi militia might interpersonally be like having doubts, or they might be totally in disagreement ideologically with the people around them but are going along with it because they really want to defend their country, or so on and so forth. This is the case in all these groups. I often engage in pretty like flippant language, and I think that for the most part this is like a fine thing to do. I don't mind doing that, but I want to make it clear whether I'm being inconsistent here or not with how flippant I was with talking about the Azov Battalion people. The proper meaning of my statements, when given the highest level of scrutiny, are that I want even the Nazis in the Azov Battalion, even the people who ideologically I would condemn, like right across the line, I want them to contribute to a successful defense of Russia.
Ukraine.
As long as they are Nazis, for those who actually are, their ideology is one of genocide and they would have me dead. And so I cannot mourn their death. If I speak in groups, any groups, people who are not Nazis will be caught into this. But
sorry, I would like to say I think I maybe gave a wrong impression to people, which people hate you a lot, so I would like to correct it for people not thinking that I'm doing that. I don't think you like bought in that all Ukrainians are Nazis. I'm perfectly aware. It's not even the point to talk about it because I've seen what you know what you say about it, what your community says about it.
All Americans
yeah, I
are
also. I also did not mean like that you literally at fault for that person, my friend, died. Obviously not. He did not see you say that, and it's nothing like that. I just meant to imply that you have to maybe like consider like the language and what the
Boom.
I guess
There we go.
the meaning of words, I guess, in that sense, because what you said is not why he possibly is dead or captured. Of course not. But this flippant, I guess, disregard for their lives is what bothers me. I guess.
Oh my God, I've done it.
It's a good way to put it. Not from you even specifically,
I've
but
got
from
it.
many people. And
Even the
yeah,
I'm mining a lot of green shit. Look at it go.
Well, I guess so. I don't think they deserve death. They don't have like
Are they working?
the power right now and they won't have it here afterwards as well. So yeah, I'm pretty sure that most people talk about it in the way that they hate Nazism, they hate fascism, they call Russian fascists here in Ukraine all the time, like Ukrainians do, right? So this is not something, I don't think they want that to be, most of them are in any way will try to or want to create any like far nationalist waves here or Nazi waves, and they don't have the power for it. So I'm not worried about it. If they did,
we thought that over here as well, though, is the issue, right? I mean, it's ideologically. Ideologically, a Nazi would be committed.
This is gonna sound very spiteful from me. I don't know how to make it sound like it. We are seeing it in the United States a lot more, but in a roundabout way, I feel like I won't go ahead and say progressives are the ones to blame, but I'll say that like progressives have a lot of fault here because I feel like the main group right now that's propelled the anti-Semitic shit into the mainstream has been black people. Has been black celebrities, black athletes, I feel like are the ones that have really propelled it. And I don't think we're very much equipped to counter that narrative because we're not used to criticizing minorities for their racism. Like we don't have the tool set to even have those conversations. I think has a lot to do with how progressives treat minorities. I don't think Kanye West, I wouldn't blame like Republicans for him. I don't think Kyrie Irving, I don't blame like Republicans for that, or like far right people, right? Maybe stretch, I'm about to say blame progressives for it, but like I think that they've definitely hampered our ability to have conversations about minorities and their anti-Semitism. I think, yeah, but
committed to my death. Like it's not even a conditional thing. By virtue of my blood, I would be on the chopping block for them.
Like, how long have we heard that like black people can't even be racist? Minorities can't be racist. Racism is prejudice plus power. It's prejudice plus power. Prejudice plus power. They can't be racist. Racism from them? No. Racism, that's prejudice plus power. Right? How many times have we heard that? And now we like have no ability whatsoever to even begin to criticize these people.
And for that reason,
Why is that? Are you a Jew actually, or something?
They would. I've certainly been called one by them. No,
I've been too as well.
Right.
The nose, you know.
They do
Yeah.
they do like
Yeah.
that. No, it would be, I assume, from my homosexual tendencies.
Oh, I'm not straight as well, so you know.
Well, then there we go.
I'm not the biggest fan of these guys, as you can probably imagine. They're not the biggest fans of me.
For
But,
me,
yeah.
it's not a matter of immediate harm. It's really difficult to know in the long term how harmful the presence of like valorized ultra-nationalist far-right militias will be in a country. Historically, that doesn't tend to go down very well when it comes to the acceptance of the ideologies that come with it. I can say right now that we're seeing a resurgence of fascism all across the West in ideologies that we thought were...
Yeah, but let's be honest about that resurgence of far right, like that far right nationalism, right? Did far right nationalism come back in the West because of like covert, secret Nazis that were hiding amongst normal people spreading propaganda? Or was it like in response to other major events? Like the 2013 Syrian refugee crisis was probably the thing that spurred on a lot of anti-immigration sentiment. Things like Brexit, right, probably happened on the backs largely of a lot of anti-immigration stuff. Like, I don't think it was because like in the West there were a whole bunch of covert, dog-whistling secret Nazis that were parts of these little, like, I don't think that's the reason why this shit happened, you know?
We're dead and buried. For me, it's like, you know, it's like you read like a local or like a news story about somebody who slipped on some ice on the stairs and died, and you're like, oh, that fucking sucks. And then you read down, they're like, oh yes, so and so was a renowned local neo-Nazi seen at this event with an armband, Sieg Heiling, and you're like, oh, okay, well, I don't really care anymore. You know?
Yeah, but that's not her problem.
I'm not advocating
her problem
for, like,
isn't you talking about a Nazi dying, it's you calling all the Azov Battalion Nazis. That's the problem.
Like their arrest and execution. I do believe in freedom of speech. It's just like
Okay, here's my only... Oh yeah, it was the New York Times crossword puzzle. True, that's what brought all the Nazis out of hiding. That was their signal. That was like the sleeper cell fucking signal to bring them all out. My only scare here is that if I get full on this green shit, is that going to cause a backup eventually? Because green shit is brought in here. 30 is brought in, 20 is dumped out, and then I'm starting to bleed off. All of my green shit is fed back through here. I don't think so. No, because I've got a priority set on my splitters here. I think it should be fine. Okay.
As long as, you know, it's a matter of like where my sympathies are.
Yeah,
It's
we're
like,
good.
Person dies, comma, that person wanted you dead anyway, and it's like, well,
And then we
okay,
got enough
fuck
power
that,
here?
I guess.
I agree with that. It's not.
Yep.
It's not my
Our accumulators
problem with
hold.
what you said,
We're
honestly.
fucking
if I
Gucci.
like saw a pic of some Azov guy who died, like who were killed, I don't know, like for example, with a bullet or something, you know, and I like for sure I knew that he was like a Nazi who like bashed Jews on the streets, you know, and gays, and maybe maybe be on one of those how do you call them, rainbow things I went to in Kharkiv. It's like pride, you know, like pride stuff, and we were, you know, hit by people, and you know, it wasn't good, and most of it was those people, you know, and so yeah, maybe those. If I see that picture of that person dead, and I am for sure aware of what he was like as a person, be that heartbroken, like just like you, I'll be like, oh well.
It's like,
you know?
yeah, I like, you know,
yeah,
you could have done a better job living.
Yeah, I agree. This is what I think I'm like bad at expressing what I mean. It's not that I disagree with what you said. I wouldn't be, of course, like that upset as I would for like a person who is not a fucking Nazi, for example, right? And
Okay, hold on. I have to think. Sorry, real quick. Okay, what is my logic for these? Okay. If all three conditions are met, then and only then will we fire. So for all three conditions, I need to be receiving a signal from home saying that it needs material. And I need to have over 1,000 in here, meaning that my rocket is as full as it can be. Oh, it's not being sent empty. And I need to have over 1,000 here. So 2 conditions are being met. Oh, but I've got it banked at home probably. That's why it's not auto-launching. Okay, sorry.
But this is not, the thing is that you don't know if they are. In this case, I know they are this person, like a hypothetical person that like that was killed, and I know he like bashed my head when I was on Pride in Kharkiv, for example. This person, yeah, not a big fan, but I will implore people to maybe read up less biased, less Russian information about Azov, which you can find some nasty stuff about them for sure, especially Beletsky. Fuck that clown.
Well,
but you know,
we can't really know, because the thing is, like, there's an association,
that's my
right?
point.
Like the logo.
Association is not enough for me.
Well,
it's
not just association. It's like founded by a Nazi, and you keep seeing Nazi imagery crop up in the people who are part of the battalion. There's no way to do a poll, and also Nazis lie all the time when polled on stuff like this. They have to.
Yeah.
So I can't know, and you can't know. I guess like.
Careful, Vosh. Vaush is arguing for a position of not knowing. Vaush is arguing for, I'm not sure. But if that's the case, then you should probably err on the side of caution and not err on the side of I hope they all die, right? You're arguing for a cautious position, but that's not the disposition that you want to take on this. You want to come out hard. So I would be careful on that. I should make rocket fuel here and send it back home for all of these. For my petroleum here. I don't know why I didn't do that. Oh, I stopped doing that. Oh, because I ran out of light fuel. Do I crack any of this? Oh, no. I'm not even using heavy cracking here for most of this. How fucking weird. That seems kind of dumb. I'm not fucking with that. I don't care.
I'm trying to think of how I could best... If I was being, like, perfectly careful with my language, then I would have said... If you're a Nazi in the Azov battalion, like I don't care if you die or whatever, you know. But for me, it really depends on like I guess the critical Nazi percentage, where it's like I don't know, like to go by the highest example, how many of the Wehrmacht were Nazis at the beginning of the war? Like what? Maybe I don't know, 90.
It's different for the Wehrmacht because this was the German military. They were fighting a war of aggression, so you would want anybody in this military probably dead. But that's different from Azov, right? It's different. If I put this here, is that gonna fuck?
80, and then how many are the Azov are? 20? 30? I don't actually know.
People mostly say 30. Which
how much is
like
the
most,
American military? I don't even know.
Oh, careful, because that's a good question.
Knows. I don't know. That's the way I don't like playing numbers game, because I agree with you 100% that you cannot like really tell. How the fuck will you tell? And yeah, but I guess my concern is flippant disregard for people's life who are not Nazis in that battalion first and foremost, and quite a lot of them are not, like my friend who was a Jew, a Jewish man, definitely not a Nazi. And
I've talked to Jewish Nazis. I'm kidding. I'm not saying your friend.
Exist.
Look, it's the internet. Lots of people out here. Look, in all seriousness, I want to be clear. You know, the callous disregard that I have for people's well-being here is really reserved for the people who want to do the Holocaust 2.0. If you're in the Azov battalion and you're not a Nazi, and I imagine that's the case for the majority of the people there, because it would be pretty difficult to maintain ideological purity in a militia that has been incorporated into the actual military. I don't know how they would discern their recruitment. Like, you know, oh, you're a Nazi, well, you're joining up with us. That'd be pretty tough to do. If you're not, you know, and you're a member of that group, difficult association optically, but fuck it. If you're not a Nazi, then God be with you. It's not a group denunciation applied to the individual. It's a group denunciation of the group. Of course, if you're a Nazi in the Azov battalion, then, you know, stop wanting to do a Holocaust, please.
I guess the biggest thing is like I said, the disregard, and also it's not the policing of your language. It's just I understand you're an edgy boy and you like edgy jokes. It's not that big of a deal to me. It's just that the concept itself, I guess, that
Oh my God.
maybe it's because you
She's
like,
his
think
Sejin.
there's like a very potential strong threat with them, which I don't see and I don't think is the problem. And yeah, maybe that's the reason. Maybe you think that if they gain like prominence and power, and it will be in the future potentially damaging to
do worry.
maybe LGBT people,
A little.
maybe.
I worry a little, yeah, because
Yeah.
you're all set up to be. Because like here's the thing, right?
Here's
I
the
think
thing.
oftentimes national politics are defined oppositionally. America was pretty okay with Hitler before World War II began, right? Like it was opposition to Nazism that stigmatized eugenics research in America. Having the Nazis as an enemy made America more left-leaning. And right now, having Russia as an enemy is making you guys more left-leaning as a country.
Does the left-right dichotomy work here? I don't know if that... I feel like that's not true. Does the left-leaning... I don't know if the left-right... I just don't even know how I would begin to analyze that. That just sounds so strange. I don't know.
You know, the far-right elements of Ukraine were predominantly like Russia-sympathetic Easterners. Kiev has always been more progressive than the Donbass. And over the past decade or so, Ukraine as a whole has moved left because you see what far-right politics looks like. It looks like Russia. You don't want that. And that's great. And you guys might end up being the most left-leaning country in Europe by the time this is all done.
What? We're stretching this dichotomy really hard. I don't understand. I'm not sure. Okay.
What happens in the West, and I just worry about this like ultra valorized, like, hey, we defended you guys against Russia, so everything we do and say is in line with the Ukrainian national interest kind of nationalism that was.
I worry.
I
Us I understand that, but I think you consider us a little bit more retarded than we are, which
No.
is
Listen,
understandable.
we're retarded. That's why. I wouldn't have thought this 5 years ago. The problem is we're retarded, and I know for a fact that you guys are the same species as us. That's my fucking issue.
True.
We're on the way down. We're sinking right now. I'm very worried. That's it. I don't think it'll happen. I don't think it's like a 51% chance or whatever. I just worry. I just worry a little. You know?
Which is, by the way, kind of funny when people talk about like Azov and shit all the time. Which kind of bad that we ended up talking about it. It's not that big of an issue, to be honest.
It's really not. And I am really sorry about your friend, and I don't mind you talking about this with me at all. By the way, I don't want you to think as though this is some like.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
No, yeah, okay.
Yeah, it's fine. Like I said, I would like to. I do appreciate everything you like did, in terms of Ukraine. And
wait, are we approaching the end of this? Also, hold on, I'll be back 1 second. Is the voting for all the DGG tourney stuff supposed to be over by the end of tonight, or does it end tomorrow? Also, hopefully, praise Jesus, in 3 days we'll have fiber internet, guys. Sounds like the January 6th thing was challenged in court and immediately withdrawn. Big yikes. What does that mean? How 18-year-olds get treated at dealerships. Wait, what is this? Wait, is this done? Basically, are they done arguing about this? Or yeah, it seems like it for the most part. Okay.
Excuse me, bruh. Excuse me.
Oh, what's going on?
Yeah,
I'm young.
Yeah, I'm just looking to get into a car.
How old are you?
I'm 18. I turned 18 yesterday.
Where your parents?
Oh, they're at home.
Do you know what the interest rate is?
Yeah, the higher the better, right?
Come with me.
So you're gonna get me that high interest rate, right?
Oh, absolutely. The highest possible, sir.
Good.
Fill this out real quick.
Oh, what is this?
Oh, don't worry about that. Just fill that out. Thank you, sir. All filled out?
Yes, sir. And you know I've been saving up too, right?
You been saving?
Yeah.
How much you been saved up so far?
Oh, I got about 10 grand.
With you right now?
Yeah.
Cold hard cash.
Well, it's on my debit card.
You know Christmas was right around the corner, right? All right, I just got you approved now, my boy. Let me show you legit.
Oh, was it that Tahoe?
Oh, did you bring your parents?
Nah.
All right, come with me. That's gonna be the one right there. That's gonna be it right there. I just got you approved in.
That small ass truck?
Yeah, that's it. You just said you just need something to get around the city, right?
Yeah, I guess. I mean, I just need to get places.
Yeah, that's gonna get you where you need to go in life. Don't worry about that right there.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
So I mean, you know what my payment is on that one?
I do not, but the bank gonna call you about 3 weeks. Tell you all about it, my boy. Okay.
Okay.
I appreciate you for that 10th hour.
Thank you. I guess you're welcome.
Yeah, congratulations on your purchase. If you need anything, please give me a call. Okay.
Okay. Where he going? What the fuck?
I feel like I didn't get half of that. Wouldn't you want to get him the biggest like vehicle ever to scam him as much as possible? I don't know. How come you're not at some rich streamer party? Because streamers suck. Oh, the joke is he pocketed the 10K. Gotcha. JSTLK, whatever the fuck your name is.
Yo.
What?
Yeah, you're lagging a little bit. Sorry you weren't coming through. How's it going?
You're lagging too, bro. Sorry.
Never mind. I don't care what's going.
Okay, well, what's up?
You kind of ruined what I wanted to talk to you about, though.
Why?
You joked about how... Is it Anna's Bosch's Sejin? Because I think you are Fresh and Fit's Sejin.
Are we all Sejins at the end of the day?
Well, I thought the parallels were interesting. Like, you came in and you had a bunch of, like, negative comments to make about everything they were talking about.
Yeah.
But you don't really put forward your own positive worldview. Like, I don't know if I've heard you
I feel like
one kind of go.
I feel like you guys think of these
Go
criticisms
ahead.
for me like 5 weeks ago, and you're like, I'm just going to say this literally no matter what I see or what I say or what I do. Because I'm pretty sure on that show last night, I think I explicitly said a couple things where it's like, I think that this worldview is damaging. It makes it seem like there's nothing guys can do. I like better to say that guys can work on themselves and improve themselves, and that's like an easier way to get women instead of being black. I feel like I literally explicitly had that conversation with them last night on that thing. And I'm saying this because I actually remember sitting there thinking exactly, I'm being really negative. I should at least give the positive what I'm saying. And then I gave that little speech about how, like, if you say that, I think I explicitly said, I think I almost said verbatim, if you frame everything, the lens of like Evo Psych and Black Pillar, and these are what girls do, then it makes it sound like there's nothing that guys can do to improve their positions. But if we just understand that like men are a little bit emotionally immature, there are things that we can work on to get more men. And then Fit was like, yeah, that's what we're saying. I think I literally explicitly said this, like verbatim. But tell me more about what you thought up like 3 months ago that you've been waiting to tell me on this Discord call, regardless of how my conversation went.
Yeah, it's completely inaccurate, but
Okay.
it's fine.
Okay.
No, I mean, you don't have like a holistic worldview that you can sort of like push to people.
Oh,
And
I do.
wanted to
Don't
ask
worry.
if that was...
It's coming, okay?
Yeah,
but
but
it's
you,
waiting
you,
for Factorio
you never,
first.
You never actually talk about it.
Oh, no, because I'm waiting for it. I know.
It.
I will. Don't worry. It's after Factorio. It's coming, okay?
Wait, but I thought you just did it last night.
Oh, no, I assumed you were going to say something a little different, and I just strawman the fuck out of you for like 2 minutes, but I got an epic Vosh run out of it, so how fucking mad are you?
What the fuck are you even saying right now? You're just going to ignore the fact that you completely like lied? You just said you like laid it out on Fresh and Fit?
Well, I didn't lay out
asked you
like
where
a
it is.
total and entire worldview. I just laid out like a possible solution to one of the problems they were talking about.
Yeah, and then the other thing that kind of seems weird, and you didn't do it on Fresh and Fit, but you do it in call-ins and stuff.
Good.
Is you give people advice,
Mhm.
and then if they ask you questions about it, you go, I don't care. I don't give a fuck. I don't care. Just don't listen to me. Don't do whatever. And I just feel like that's weird.
Wait, can you give me an example of that? What do you mean? If I'm willing to give somebody advice, I don't think I'll say like, I don't care afterwards, or what do you, in the same conversation, or what?
I think this is when so the best example I can think of off the top of my head is when you're giving dating advice and then people sort of come at you with like the socials thing. Oh, you only have your socials in your Tinder profile. That's why you're successful.
If a guy asked me for...
Don't fucking listen to me. I don't care. I don't know why I even started like answering this question, blah, blah, blah.
Wait,
You know
hold
what
on.
I
If a
mean?
person... Wait, are you talking about if chat asks me for general advice, or if somebody asks me for personal advice?
In my impression is with personal advice too.
So
but
when
I
somebody
don't have
asks
an
me for
example off the
personal
top of my
advice, I say, well, usually people listen to me when I say, they're like, oh, I'll try this or whatever. Like, usually that's what the response I get. No?
Okay, my perception is different, but I don't have any evidence for it. So,
Oh, that's okay, you know. I do the same.
and that's just kind of bothered me with some of the stuff I've seen like online recently. Is I feel like there's a lot of people just fall back to, you know what, I don't actually care, and I feel like caring is actually like awesome. Like actually being invested in something, being like, this is how you fix yourself.
Sure. I mean, it just depends on what your yeah, it just depends on what we're talking about. Like when it comes to like a girl inviting you back to her room thing, like I'll give that take. I feel strongly about it, but I don't know if I necessarily care to defend it against like every single fucking person that wants to come in and debate like these insanely autistic debates. But like I'll give it, but I don't know. It's not that I don't care about the topic. It's more just like I don't care to like defend this topic when 60% of chats is like are not people that I think should have a strong opinion about this as they do. There you go.
It's the most diplomatic way you could have just
True.
said.
See,
Loser
thank you.
virgins.
Well, not losers. Hold on. There's nothing that makes you a loser if you're a virgin. Just don't have the experience or prerequisite experience yet or whatever.
True.
Why? Why are you doing this, Sushi? Why? You're tanking your rep with chat.
Let's see.
Vulcanite. That's the only patch
Yeah.
over there. Oh no, there's some down here too. Oh shit. Okay, my.
So basically, the idea was just it would be really good if you had like a holistic worldview that you could kind of lay out and stand behind and be like, this is how, right? So if you thought of it as like a map through life, you had somebody who's like 24. It's like, okay, you're a little behind from like where we should have you, but here's like.
No, yeah,
how you
I
get
agree.
to where
I
you need
agree.
to be,
I
and then how you
100%
go
agree.
forward.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I've got all the pieces are there. I just need to put them together to make a Voltron of a worldview or whatever. Yeah.
Basically, because I think that probably prevents a lot of those red pill people from taking you seriously in the same
Yeah,
way.
because
You have
like
a really hard
Myron,
time
even if I
taking
disagree with
Sejin
everything he
seriously.
says, like every time anybody asks him a question, he just like reestablishes his entire fucking worldview. Like, and that's it. And it's powerful when he does it. It makes it seem like, oh shit, like this fucking worldview is like the warlock key to all of my fucking problems, because he literally brings it out to respond to every single thing that comes up. Listen, here's how things go, okay? This is what people are after. And then like, men do this, women do this, this is how you have to chase, this is what women have to do, this is why we tell men to do. And then he's like, boom. And it's like, okay. And it sounds like cool and fun and authoritative whenever he like lays it down, yeah.
Yeah, and I think the really compelling thing that will happen once you eventually do this is that you'll go to those shows, or you'll be talking to somebody like Myron, and your actual prescriptions for a person who gave you a question, like a scenario, will be the exact same, but you won't have this extremely black pilled version, or like this black pilled like reason for why to do those things.
Mhm.
Because a lot of the actual advice is all going to be the same, and that's why a lot of these people are really successful right now, because they're actually giving good, like, working out, focusing on your career. These are things that are like just good advice for anybody,
Mhm.
right? So people hear that, they improve their lives a little bit, and then they're like, I'm going to listen to this guy for anything he says. And that's just like, it would just be nice if there was somebody who had any amount of hope there for people,
Yeah, sure.
like giving that advice. Yeah.
Okay.
And it's coming after Factorio.
Oh yeah, dude. It's all coming together.
How many hours you got now?
On this save, probably like 600. 550, yeah.
All right.
Anything else?
Nothing else.
Hi, Steven.
Hey, what's up, buddy?
I'm just hanging out. How are you?
Just chilling. Are you doing anything fun or special for New Year's?
No, just working.
Okay.
Just like out here, you know, grinding, slaving away. You know how it is.
Yeah. For sure.
Oh, wait, you're already in the future, huh?
Well, technically I'm always in the future, right?
I guess that's true. I wish I was in the future. I'm so jealous of you.
Well, if you wait long enough, you'll get to the same spot I'm at, yeah, you know?
The thing for me is, like, people say they, like, want to revert to monkey, like, in the past. I want to revert to cat, but I don't think humans were ever cats. So I think I have to go to the future to become cat.
Maybe, dude.
There's a lot of math involved. I don't know. I'm trying to figure it out.
Okay. How's life going?
Oh, you know, it's pretty chill. Honestly, I've just been working. I just got unbanned on Twitch today, so...
Wow, nice job.
After, like, 2 months, so... I'm gonna do that probably at some point. I don't know. My PC isn't set up. It's just been, like, a shelf holding items for a while.
Well, that's exciting. Very nice.
My life is, like, really cool and awesome, and, like, everyone's probably really jealous, because, like, I drive to work, and then I go home, and I sleep. I quit smoking weed. Fun fact, I quit smoking weed.
Good job.
Nobody saw that one coming for me. Yep, that's pretty much everything for me.
Okay. Well.
Okay.
Yeah, cool. Good job. I don't know what what the fuck I'm supposed to say, but, you know, grats, I guess. Yeah.
Thanks, bud. Okay.
All right. Well, hey, listen. Have fun. Stay safe. Be careful. I hope you have a Liddy 2023. Yeah.
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 No.
No?
Love you too, or...
Did you say I love you?
Yeah, I did.
Oh, my thing must have lagged. Oh, I love you too, buddy.
Oh, okay. Okay. Bye.
Bye.
Sheesh. Was that a hot or what, man?
You okay?
Like that,
Are you feeling okay after that one? When she was in here and then left?
I was just waiting, dog. I was just fucking waiting. So, are you gonna do something about Low Tier God's ban or what?
I mean, I tweeted some shit. I don't know what the fuck else I can do, though.
You did?
Well, I retweeted as, like, YouTube ask for help
Can
shit.
you tell them? Can you tell him the right fucking area to stream at? Because he's trying to stream on Trollo Live, and literally that literally is a website for like fucking trolls. Like he should just go to Rumble or some shit. Like literally, people that restream his stream go to Trollo. It's just like a mannequin challenge.
Hey, what's up, Sushi? Hello, guys. Fuck, I feel like I'm not gonna get my tier 4 bioscience done tonight. I'm collecting rocks now, I can't help myself. Fuck. Okay, well, I got it. You're not gonna talk? That's cool. Lawson, what up?
What's up, bud?
How you doing?
Pretty good. Just wanted to give a shout out to all the sober DDGers on New Year's.
Ouch. Okay.
That is all.
Wow. Oh, so she left. David and Cherry joined. What's up? What?
I got in. Holy shit. Okay. So.
Yeah.
Oh my god, I had the live stream in the background. I'm so sorry.
You're good. Dude.
Okay.
What's up?
So, how was your day?
Pretty boring. Just streaming.
Yeah. I really enjoyed the Ukrainian girl. Sorry, I don't remember her name.
Anna,
yeah. And I thought it was interesting how... Man, my brain is blank. Well, screw that part.
Okay.
So last time I was here, I was a little hyperbolic with like I was so excited to finally hear you like destroy Sneeko, and I wanted to kind of amend what I meant by that, as I was excited to hear you kind of destroy the conspiracy like mindset of like his points.
Mm-hmm.
And I wanted to like hear kind of what the strategy is to like break down someone that's in like a conspiracy mindset.
I think you have to be empathetic. So you need to understand their concerns, like why they're upset about things. You've got to meet them there. And then I think it's good to like hammer on facts as hard as possible. So if somebody believes a particular thing, challenge that belief, ask them where it came from, present your own facts, if hopefully they're correct, and then push like that. But yeah, some combination of those two things, I think.
Mm-hmm. And do you believe that being born religious predisposes you to a higher chance of being much more conspiratorial?
Than who?
Than someone born non-religious.
I'm not sure. My gut would tell me yes, but maybe not.
Mm-hmm. Like, you know, just if you believe that the sea was split, why would you not believe that, like, other more out of the world
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, but there's a lot of atheist beliefs, like, or things that atheists can believe in that are, like, also wacky, right? Like things like astrology, right? Like an atheist could believe in that.
That's true, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But I wouldn't say necessarily anything specifically that they already have from their atheist views would point them in that direction. That's more of a separate thing.
Sure.
Whereas, like, you'd see similarities between some of their conspiratorial things and how they would relate to their, their morals and ethics, etc.
Yeah, maybe, yeah.
Okay. Okay. That's pretty cool.
All right.
And okay. What do you think give an example, dumbass. Okay, nice chat. An example of what? The religious people with having a connection to conspiratorial things.
Were you talking to me or?
No, someone in chat basically said that.
Oh, you joined here to talk to chat. My bad. Go ahead.
Okay, my bad. I'm just getting shit on in chat. And I
Wait,
just got upset.
Steven, I have a question for you.
Yeah, what's up, Sushi Queen?
Why did you leave Karkin's server?
Because I don't like being in random fuck servers. That like people ask me to go in to be like they're like celebrity pawn, so that when they invite others in, they go like, "Oh, join my server, Destiny's here," and then I'm not even like talking in these servers. There's like all these like I don't know half the people
But
in there.
you could talk to us.
What?
Like,
But why?
like,
Why would I don't know, dude. I've got like 50 million people that constantly need my fucking attention. I've already got friends that are like, you never fucking talk to me. I've got like my wife thinks I ignore her too much. Like I don't have time to like be in 50 Discord servers like chatting and keeping up with all the group chats. Like I just don't have time for it.
Well, you don't have to leave. You could just be in there and then once in a while pop in and kick it with the boys.
Why?
Because I don't know. Because it would be chill vibes.
What is chill vibe? I don't even know half the memes and the people. Or like why? I would just like what? Like why?
There's only like 4 people and one of them's me, so you do know half the people.
What? I just.
Maybe if you chat in there, you'll learn the memes.
Yeah, you could make new friends.
No, I'm good. I don't have time for new friends, okay? I'm trying to beat SpaceX. How many people do you have in there that have beaten space exploration, Factorio?
Nobody.
That's what I
don't
thought.
know.
Yeah. So.
Here's the thing. We all play Hearthstone. We're really big Hearthstoners.
Yikes,
so
fam.
Who would ever get into that?
That's
Yikes,
gonna be
I'm gonna tell Trump you said that. I'm literally telling Trump that you said that Hearthstone players are yikes, and he's gonna be actually really upset.
Good.
Probably.
Okay.
So you
Cool.
shouldn't say that.
All right. I'm okay with that.
Okay. I am the worst at this, but I just wanted to say thank you for letting me in, and sorry that I didn't have anything that interesting to talk about.
No, that's okay. Damn, you don't have to apologize, okay? You're just chilling. Big chill, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Big chillin'. Thank you for letting me in.
Yeah.
Bye-bye.
What, don't say my bad. Damn, you're fine. I love you, buddy.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Jesus. Wait, are you talking? Your thing lit up, but I didn't hear anything.
Can you hear me now?
Yep. What's up?
Why do people come in here to tell you that I blocked them on Twitter?
I'm like the mediator for everybody's fucking shit that happens. So like if somebody's fighting with somebody, like they want to come and tell me about it because they either think I'm going to say something or I'm going to have an opinion or I'm going to like declare a winner so that they can feel like they're like right or wrong about something. Like I don't know.
It's so weird. It just I don't know. I feel like sometimes other people play into this idea like you're the boss or something like that. You can't tell me shit.
Sure. Yeah, but they don't care if I tell you anything. They want to come in, I think, and have me say like, "Oh, Cherry's wrong, you're right," or something like that. Like they want like me to declare a winner, kind of. Yeah.
I think it's the second time that Billy Guy has like told you that I haven't blocked, and then I think the Mr. Girl mods complained about me having them blocked too. I don't know. Very cringe.
Damn. Why are you blocking so many people?
They are like schizo reply guys.
Wow. Ableist.
It's weird to exist on Twitter and not hate you. Everyone calls me like a dick rider.
Yeah.
Yeah, or they say that you're going to I don't know, just weird shit.
Based.
Dude, I don't know if you watched this video. I don't know if I watched it on your stream. Or I watched it myself, but I feel like there was missed opportunities yesterday with Fresh. Do you know the story of his he's selling some type of course to teach people how to bag women, and he's using this like threesome story that he has. Have you heard that threesome
we've
story?
listened to the threesome story. Oh yeah, we have.
I'm listening to this guy talk about how no one on these dating apps, none of these girls are trying to hook up. And his like big stories about like getting women and hooking up with women is his like famous NBA player like handing him some girls.
Yeah,
like,
it's
"Here you go."
the way the video starts. It's like I'm gonna tell you about like how I got like 3 girls in one night. And it's like okay, we're about to hear like some crazy riz, some crazy game, something happened. And it was like yeah, I went to hang out with this NBA player and he like hooked me up with 3 girls. It's like what? Okay, well, I don't know what I'm supposed to take from this, but whatever. Yeah, it's kind of silly.
God, I really wanted you to ask him about that.
Well, I'm not going there to like fucking blow them up or anything. Okay, I'm just trying to, you know, fight them a little bit.
Whatever. I like chaos.
Yeah. Well. Please give your perspective on the super drunk / high girl. It was driving me insane. I think she had a Percocet, and then like at least 5 shots, and then she went on. Supposedly she was like way normal earlier in the night, and then she popped a perk, and then started drinking a little bit too much, and then she was just fucking.
What is your opinion on that? Do you feel bad that she stayed there? Do you feel like she got what she deserved for being in that position? Or do you feel like,
I mean, like,
people should have
didn't she
gotten her
say
off
she
of
was
it?
like, she said she was like 30, right? Like, she's an adult.
She was in her master's.
Yeah,
for
master's,
psychology.
working on her shit. Like, Jesus, like, I don't know.
mean,
Like,
psychology major.
true. But still, damn.
So, like, she's grown enough to make her own choices and deal with the repercussions. No one else has to consider her first because she's not considering herself.
Yeah, I mean, a little bit, I would kind of say. Like, damn, I mean, that's a full-ass adult, you know?
Yeah.
But, I mean, like, we made sure she got, like, an Uber at home at the end and everything, too, but...
Yeah, I understand. I think it pissed me off seeing that other girl pissed off at her.
Oh,
Like,
yeah,
her choices don't have anything to do with you.
The one in the olive top or whatever?
Yeah.
Yeah, she was... she was roasting the fuck out of that girl. And I was like, bro, this chick can, like, barely be alive right now. Like, chill. Yeah. That seemed kind of mean.
Do you think anyone at that table could really be upset at the high girl?
Because they're all kind of... What? I need you to qualify that more. What are you saying here?
Okay. So you're at a table, one of the girls is really high and making a fool out of herself. What is the reason why it would piss you off? Like, what's an actual reason to be pissed off for the olive shirt?
Oh, yeah, I don't know. I don't know why you'd be mad. Like, who the fuck cares, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I have no idea.
I think you should have saved her.
I thought about it a lot. Because
you would have gotten so many brownie points.
That's actually what I'm not gonna lie, that's what I was thinking. Because it's like, she's an adult, who knows how long she came here for. Like, if I try to tell her she needs to leave, or like, hold on guys, let's stop. Like, I don't know. The problem is that it gets... It could
Were
get...
you afraid to be soy?
No. The problem is that, well, one, I don't want to appear soy. That is true, because that's going to hurt my credibility for the rest of the podcast. But, like, this is what I kept thinking in my mind, okay? There are a lot of girls that are, like, really desperate to get on that show, right? Like, for some of them, it's the biggest, like, inflection point of their entire career, right? They like, that's, like, their first big, like, the biggest thing that could, like, throw them into the atmosphere or whatever, right? What if I start, like, hey, listen, like, she needs to go, blah, 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 like, this is important, you know, and then what if she, like, resists or gets angry? She's like, no, I'm good. Like, no, stop. Like, I'm not leaving. Like, no. And then all of a sudden...
And then it turns into, like, a Myron throwing her out?
Or that, and then I just end up looking, like, super fucking, like, stupid, and it's like, okay, well, like, this woman, she's came here all this way, and then, like, what if I find out that, like, she'd fucking... Because some girls drove, like, one girl drove, like, 2 hours to get there, I think. Like, what? Like, yeah, I just... At the end, like, she said she was, what, like, 30 years old? She said she was 30 years old. She's, like, working towards, like, her master's. Like, this is an adult. Like, and she didn't look like she was going to OD or anything, right? Now, if she started, like, fucking gagging or some shit, then that changes a bit. But, I mean, like, it's at the end of the... Yeah.
To be fair, she's a 30-year-old. I think being in your master's is impressive. She lives at home with her parents, so, I don't know. It doesn't automatically make you an adult in my eyes.
Yeah, also, I don't know if she... I don't know if she was 30 years old. Was she lying?
Did she... What do you think? Are you thinking older or younger?
I'm thinking, like, 39 minimum.
Oh, okay.
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah, okay. I wasn't going to believe anything younger.
Okay.
Okay, so I understand the worry that if she doesn't want to go, you end up looking terrible, or you, like, ruin her night even more.
Yeah.
The not looking soy part, is it you don't want to look soy? Is it specifically on Fresh and Fit, or is it in general? Like, you don't want to appear soy?
A big part of my ability to succeed in some of these arenas is that I am at least in some ways relatable. My goal is to be relatable in some ways, but to make you uncomfortable in other ways, right? The goal is I'm relatable enough to get you to listen to me, and then I'm uncomfortable enough to get you to think about things, right? Do you remember Anita
And to get you to watch Factorio for 7 hours.
Based.
What?
Do you remember Anita Sarkeesian? From
No.
Gamergate, she was like the woman that made like the tropes in gaming and all that shit.
Okay, yeah.
Her problem was that she had the uncomfortable part. I'm gonna make you think a lot about games and uncomfortable, blah blah blah. But she didn't have the she didn't have the endearing part. Like, who the fuck are you? You're like a woman that has nothing to do with gaming. I don't even know if you play or like games. Like, she didn't have that at all. So nobody listened to her, right? And then you've got some people that are going to make you comfortable, but they don't like challenge your thoughts at all, right? They're like, oh, I don't have any responsibility to my audience ever, blah, blah, blah. You know, those types of people. So I have to be tactful of my image on those shows, especially, as stupid as it sounds. The going in with blue hair, I think actually does hurt me a bit because people are going to see me as ultra soy as well. And then I've got a lot of other things in that particular audience working against me too. The open relationship thing, in their eyes, makes me a cuck. Being bisexual, in their eyes, like, just makes me gay. A lot of those guys don't actually believe in bisexuality at all. Like, they just think that if you're bisexual, you're just a closeted gay dude who's in denial. Or you're just closeted and you don't want to admit it. So there's like, I've got a lot of things working against me already. Like, I have to be able to joke around to show that I can, like, you know, laugh about dumb shit, to have some fun, to like make jokes. Like, otherwise I'm just going to be like totally alien. And it's like, who's this fucking like foreign like agent that's coming here to try to like tell us anything? Like, this guy doesn't know shit about anything, right? So yeah.
Yeah, and I remember the hold on, are you still there?
Yeah. Yep.
Okay. I remember the first one that you went on, there was an issue with the one girl because you were bisexual, and like, it's not just the guys who'll be judgmental of you for that or reject you for that, but like even women will like lack respect for you for that. I thought that was like,
in those communities, yeah, 1,000,000%, yeah, for sure, yeah.
So it's unique to this space, because I know you said that you want to revamp, or like you're considering making like a Giga Soy emote or something like that. Like, you don't want to be too ashamed of being soy. Like, it's not a bad thing. And that people, like, these red pill communities probably need to be able to accept a little bit of soy and stop like just completely turning away from it, right?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. Otherwise, you're literally doing like the toxic masculinity meme, yeah.
So who's making the Giga Soy emote?
I don't know. Somebody. Isn't it Igor? Isn't he the guy that does all of the emotes and shit for chat? It'll probably be that dude.
I think you want Giga Soy and, what is it, Giga Stacy?
Giga Stacy? Or Stacy Soy?
What is the... Oh, no, maybe it's Stacy Chad. What's the Giga Chad version, but it's a woman instead of the...
It'd be probably the Giga Stacy, right? Yeah.
Yeah, I think so.
I don't know on that one, okay?
Oh, you draw the line at a woman getting an emote. Wow. Wow.
Yeah, and? Giga Chad.
Do you have any non-fence sitting positions about Andrew Tate?
No, right now I think we just wait until the charges come out. Let's see what happens.
Okay, that's boring.
Yep. I think anybody that dick rides him or is getting all fucking crazy allegiant to him before they know what's coming out, I think is super cringe. Fuck, I wish we could have streamed the dinner after. We argued a bit about it at the dinner after, because like Sneeko and Myron were like, oh no, like he's our friend. I'm like, how many times have you fucking seen this guy in your life and he's your friend? Oh yeah, and then Myron was like, if you got charged with some shit, like I would defend you. And I'm like, you shouldn't defend me. You're a fucking moron. I might go home and eat children. You don't know what the fuck about anything about me, right? Like, why the fuck would you defend me? Like, that's even dumber. But yeah, we didn't, unfortunately. Yeah, we didn't stream dinner and everything. Yeah, but.
Did you watch their emergency meeting about it?
Yeah, I was playing it on 2x speed in my car when I was driving over, so that I could be ready for it. There were a lot of garbage talking points. Yeah.
I was gonna say you should watch it on stream and you could debate them that way, because they were making all of those awful points. And I liked the idea that Aiden Ross is just memeing when he says that Biden should pardon Andrew Tate so he gets out of jail. Like, if that's a meme, that's fucking wonderful, right?
Yeah.
If he really thinks that our president can pardon a person in like Russia, I'm concerned. But it doesn't seem like a meme for them, though. I think that's like the concerning part, because Myron actually seemed pissed the fuck off that anybody was believing the pizza stuff.
I mean, the pizza stuff was pretty stupid, and I understand why they're emotionally invested because they fucking hate Greta. But like, the pizza box was really dumb. It's really frustrating that like, did you follow the kitty litter story?
No, wait, what's the kitty litter story?
Kitty litter story is this entirely fucking fabricated story that schools were putting kitty litter boxes out for children to go pee in because of trans furries or whatever. It came from the Joe Rogan Experience or whatever, that podcast, and it was just 100% fucking fake. Just the fakest fucking story in the world. There's not an ounce of truth to it. But like, everybody around the country started reporting on it because this rumor started on Joe Rogan's show that like kids are getting kitty litter boxes in schools, and everybody's like talking about it. And I feel like we had a mini moment like that with the pizza box, where that Esquire lady, she literally, or Esquire I think was her name, she made it up. She literally was like, oh yeah, like I saw some tweets saying they use social media, and I thought, you know, maybe it was the pizza box from Greta, and like, yeah, I just basically tweeted it out and it got like hundreds of thousands or whatever of engagement, and that was her story.
Yeah,
She just
half journalism, half fanfic.
yeah, and it was just, I'm proud of myself because I tweeted out the day before when she had originally tweeted, I quote tweeted it, and I was like, is there any actual evidence of this being real? Do we actually know if this happened?
Oh, but you have like firsthand experience with
That lady?
journalist.
Oh, I had first-hand experience
running
with
with
her,
narratives.
exactly. She was one of the people that fought with
Oh,
me
it
during the
was
Keppel
her.
shit. Yeah, she's one of those people.
By the way, he's not in Russia, my bad guys. Romania.
Same thing. Well, this would be funny. Is there a single credible org that's actually reporting this? Bam. I was correct. Damn, what is happening outside? Mel! Jesus. Uh-oh. Why is ammo being loaded into here? Oh, never mind, it's supposed to be. Uh-oh.
Hello.
Hello.
That is a good ass tweet.
Oh, thanks. Shut up. Don't fucking suck up to me because you were critical of me, you fucking loser.
No, fuck you. That's a good tweet. Why do you think I think that's a good tweet?
Probably because I was cautious. I didn't call her a dumb fuck. I could have quote tweeted and said, hey, you stupid fucking cunt, do you have a single fucking source for this? Or are you pulling it out of your ass like you do everything else you talk about? That would have been a 2019 Destiny tweet.
Not only that, you maintain the position of you make it known that you don't necessarily like Andrew Tate.
I what?
You maintain the position that you don't agree with Andrew Tate while saying, wow, this would be funny. And then you continue to question it legitimately.
Wow.
Consistent messaging.
True. You're dying, dude. Unironically.
Hey, Happy New Year, Legend.
Happy New Year, Cherry.
Steven, can you drag in Zoom? And
Every
put
single
Discord
time he
over?
comes in, I'm about to permaban him from chat. So, I'll do it. Because he's, like, wasting anybody else's time by coming in. Every time he does, there's some fucking retarded shit that he has to say. What do you want, Zoom?
Zoom.
Nice. Epic and based. Again, another epic
I haven't-
fucking...
I
And look,
haven't
and he's got
done
this
anything.
dog
I'm
shit
not
fucking
asking
mic. Is he
anyone
fucking
to do
trolling?
anything. I'm not doing anything. I'm watching stream and drinking Pepsi Max. I'm not doing anything. I don't know why people are telling you to drag me in. I guess I have kind of a strong following in chat now.
Okay, kick him. He said Pepsi.
Jesus Christ. Wow. Wait, are you a Coke drinker?
Yeah, I like Coke Zero. Or
okay.
Dr. Pepper Zero.
Wow. Is there really a Dr. Pepper Zero? Is that good?
Actually, I don't even drink that one. I drink the Dr. Pepper Cream Soda Zero. It's so good.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, have you switched over to sugar-free Red Bull yet?
Ugh, that one actually is gross. Coke Zero, though, is based. Okay. I've been on that Coke Zero binge, and it's pretty good, I'll be honest.
Have you ever gotten a Coke Zero and a Diet Coke to, like, try to taste the difference?
Yes, I do not like Diet Coke.
Why? They taste, like, almost the same.
They absolutely do not taste the same.
Can you actually tell the difference?
Absolutely. That was a highly questionable statement that you just made.
I just don't believe you.
Okay. Well, I don't know what to say, but I don't even know why Diet Coke exists after drinking.
You should
Coke
do like
Zero.
a taste test
Okay.
in real life.
Someday we'll do it. Okay.
Coke Zero was created because diet is normally marketed towards women, so Zero was supposed to be marketed towards men.
Do you think that's why he doesn't like it?
Zero, yeah, Coke Zero actually just tastes like normal Coke. It really does. It just tastes like normal Coke. But like Diet Coke tastes like nasty fucking diet. There's some weird, disgusting fucking taste that like diet sodas usually leave in your mouth, and they all have the same flavor. I don't know what it is. If it's like the aspartame or whatever the fuck, there's some just nasty fucking thing that's happening with diet sodas. It just makes all of them taste
Literally,
fucking.
stop. You look like an idiot right now. Just like, look it up. The Diet Coke and Coke Zero have these same ingredients. There are two ingredients that like just switch order, and that's the only difference between them.
Okay, well, I can't explain to you the science, okay? Because I'm not a Coke scientist, but Coke Zero does not taste like Diet Coke. They're completely different experiences.
Yeah. Maybe after Factorio, you'll be able to explain the science.
You're just wrong, okay? I don't know what to tell you, but you're just wrong. One might even say this is cap.
Yeah?
Yes. They might.
Okay.
Yeah?
Any reflections on this year, Steven?
I wish I would have beaten Factorio faster, but it's coming along, okay?
Oh, here's a good one. Since you brought up Low Tier God earlier, why is he in the running for Neurodivergent of the Year?
He's a very special character, okay?
I feel like that category was supposed to come with clips, because I don't think I understand.
Wait, didn't the weren't there clips for everything, or no?
I don't think there were clips.
Oh, well damn, you guys got fucking scammed this year then. Who did you vote for DGG of the year?
I don't want to upset anybody. I thought everyone on that list, they're all cool people, but Bing said he was gonna go on camera if he won, and he plays League of Legends, so I voted for Bing.
I also voted for Bing. He campaigned me pretty hard. He was canvassing in Discord.
I also ignored myself and voted for Dan for Buddy of the Year.
Damn.
Yeah.
Where's
You
the
didn't
yearly
ask
awards?
him-
Wait, should I go over these
Oh,
tonight or should I go over these tomorrow, guys? What do you think? Wait, when does the voting end for these? I just asked like 3 questions, sorry. When does the voting end for these? I feel like I shouldn't.
Hopefully, chat knows.
I feel like I shouldn't give an opinion because it's not probably fair. Because I'll probably like sway it like hardcore, right?
Yeah, you probably will.
Yeah.
I think you should redo that midlife crisis talk with Dan. I feel like you should have asked more questions.
It seems like I didn't have much to say.
Yeah, because, you know, you're having all the thoughts in your head. So, like, you as a friend, you're supposed to prod a bit.
Yeah, but we've prodded. We've had I think we've had this talk a lot on stream before. Like, where it's like, what do you want to do in life? How do you feel? And he, like, generally just doesn't have any answers. I don't know if he's thought about it at all. But, yeah. But now he's settled on, like, he likes hanging out with his family. So maybe that's fun, I guess, for him. But...
Are you guys tabling your podcast?
I think so. I think he's probably figuring other things out. But Lily said she wanted to do
How?
one. I don't know about that. That would be interesting. How what?
Do you guys just like get on stream and lie? Because I swear you guys like got a studio. For
We
the
were getting
podcast
ready to. I was
and
ready to. I have everything ready to go. Like I got a company reached out to me, locals, the people that are partnered with Rumble. They reached out to me. They provided a full studio. I got like everything, like the keys and everything. I just had to give them a time and a date, and we can set up and record. But yeah, I think Dan is big chilling right now.
Wait, but Lily said that she was interested in doing a podcast?
Yeah, Lily is, but I think if I do a show, it's 2023 almost. Okay. I think that all the podcasts are done in person now. They're doing like the online podcast shit that's some old lame shit. Everybody does shit in person now.
Oh yeah.
And Lily doesn't live here,
East
obviously.
Coast and West Coast.
Well, she doesn't live here. Yeah, we can't like go to a studio. That's why Dan would have worked, but Dan and Moon left, so I don't know who I have, unless Sneeko wants to do a podcast.
Wait, why do you think you're saying it's 2023? All the podcasts are in person.
Uh huh.
Did podcasts used to not be in person?
Yeah, I think people would do a lot of like shows and shit like online. Like if you think, I don't know how old you are in terms of internet shit. Were you ever back here like in the StarCraft days?
I never played StarCraft.
Okay, like way back then, like all the
I
shows
think
were done online.
I was in like, I was in other weird cringe games.
What does that mean? OS or RuneScape old school or?
I didn't mean to derail. So what happened with the podcast back then?
I didn't get productivity modules. Everything was just online.
You think it's not going to be optimal to like go back to that?
It's like no. I think it's more. It just looks better, feels better. Like everything is better if it's in person. Like people it's just a better experience.
Do you think it's because it gives that old internet vibe, whereas when you see like the No Jumper podcast, it makes YouTube feel like actual television?
Yeah, I think so. That's why people like that feel. Yeah, it's just better. There's a reason why everybody switched to doing like in-person shit, I think.
Wouldn't there also be benefits to... Okay, so what is that podcast that you do where they're on there for like 4 fucking hours and it's 3 dudes? PTK or something? I think you go on and it's like the one episode
PKA,
they never talk
yeah.
about politics. Yeah.
PK, yeah, Jesus, yeah. I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, so that's like the old school kind of looking one.
Yeah.
And it always looks a little bit like, it looks old, outdated. When
It's different and the energy is different.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, so here is one of my best podcast appearances of all time. I think I was a little bit tipsy. There's a lot of shit going on. It was like a fun day for me. But the show that I did recently, fuck, I don't even know if most of my fans have seen it. The Dick Masterson podcast that I did, I think like a month ago. Did you watch any of that or see any of that?
Yeah.
That was a really good show.
In person.
Yeah, that only would have worked in person. Like if having that energy online wouldn't have worked. I don't think. I wouldn't have been the same energy online. But in person, it was so much fun. It was such a fun show.
That was a banger.
Yeah, and I have so much chemistry with Dick. That was a lot of fun. But like doing that like online, like it wouldn't have been the same. Like looking at my like ha ha, like and shouting at my monitor, it feels so much different, you know.
And the Mr. Girl's secret best friend reveal was 10 out of 10.
Mr. Girl's secret best friend
what was
reveal.
that?
What?
Dick's co-host was like high school friends with Mr.
Oh
Girl.
yeah, that was kind of.
Oh really?
Yeah, that was interesting.
I think I missed that meme. But the other guy on Dick's show, I don't always like watch the monitor when I'm listening to a podcast, but I think on that podcast usually like we'll see Dick or you'll see the guest. Is that third person usually off camera, or does he also get on camera sometimes?
For the Dick show, weren't all three of us on camera?
I can't even remember.
Yeah. Well, I didn't see your guys' view, but I thought so. Vito is his co-host.
Vito. Okay, my bad.
Yeah, you were all on camera. I remember that one.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So then maybe there's I think you said Sneeko was an option for you then, since you're in Florida?
I don't know. Sneeko and Myron, at least so far, that could change in the future, but so far, these two guys are really good because that last show, I joked about it in chat. I was like, I might be burning some bridges tonight, okay? Because I'm going a little bit harder mode now. But I can do really challenging conversations with both of those people. And at the end, like everybody's like chill and it's like super cool and nobody's like harboring any resentment or anything, even though we're like, it was a pretty aggressive show, I think. It was even getting a little personal. I'm getting a little personal, but like afterwards, like everything is like chill. Those types of people are really hard to find. And if I can do things with those types of people, that'd be really good. Somebody that I want to reach out to next year more, because we keep like referencing each other, but it just hasn't happened. I think he's worried that I either don't like him or I think I'm like too big for him or something. I don't know, but like Richard Lewis would be a lot of fun to talk to again. And he's like, I think he mentions me sometimes on his show that I'd be fun to catch up with. And he's reached out to me before and I'm like, oh yeah, we can do a chat whenever you want. But then like nothing happens. But that's a guy who's like really funny, really cool. Like it would be fun to like chat with him more again. Like that would be enjoyable for me. So maybe hopefully next year some more of that, like January something will happen. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. There was that like one awkward moment on Fresh and Fit where you said something, I think you asked Fresh a question and Myron didn't want to answer. Like nobody fucking answered.
I screamed when we went to dinner. I called Myron out. I was like, you motherfucker. Every time I ask you a hard fucking question, Fresh started talking and you just shut the fuck up and it triggered the fuck out of me. Because he got away with so much because Fresh would start talking. And I was like, fuck, I'm not going to be able to get him on this one. Yeah. Because there were a couple hard questions I asked that I don't think Myron answered. Like he didn't answer the one about like, could a girl fuck you if you, like with no strings attached, if you just wanted your DMs or whatever. That was one that he didn't answer. And I think there was another one too. And I was like, oh yeah, you sneaky fuck. But yeah, that was funny.
So, okay, but because like the hot seat was technically Fresh's in that case, when you guys go out to dinner and like now today and you say that you can have these conversations with Sneeko and Myron and everything's chill, is it still chill with Fresh?
The only reason I don't bring Fresh up is because for whatever reason, it doesn't seem like he comes out with us after. I don't know why. He didn't last time and he didn't this time, but he might just be like tired or busy. I think this time they said like his leg was hurting or whatever. I don't know what's going on. But yeah, like just not everybody comes out to eat afterwards, but Sneeko and Myron did and then a couple other people. So, yeah. But I don't think we seem cool off camera. Like we're fine. Like he's not like giving me like daggers or anything. Like, yeah.
And what about, I think Zerka said he's moving to Florida. Is that somebody that you feel like you can do a podcast with, or?
I don't believe him. I don't think he will. But Zerka's really funny. The problem is Zerka's like Zerka is like a I'm trying to think of some force of nature that it's like
chaotic neutral.
No, he's like if you're in the right place.
Or chaotic evil.
If you're in the right place at the right time, he's like insanely funny. Like probably the best supporting character that I can have on my stream. But he can also be like one of the worst because it's just like nothing's landing. He's like the jokes.
I think sometimes he has friendly fire turned on.
Nah, even friendly fire, I don't care because I'm not like a grudgy person. I'll never like get mad at shit like that. I get annoyed sometimes. I'm not gonna like hate somebody for it. But like just sometimes he's just like painfully unfunny and incredibly annoying. But then other times he's like just like on fire and it's like the funniest shit in the fucking world. It just depends. Like him at TwitchCon was like hilarious, right? That was like the best person I could have been paired with IRL. Like no one else would have been as funny as him. But then sometimes on stream it's just dumb. Yeah.
How would you feel doing like a podcast where you are like this liberal who's very like fact and evidence based and your co-host is conspiracy theorist like Giga Chad, dude?
That could be interesting.
I think it's funny.
Yeah, the only thing I'm trying to think of when I think of shows like that or show ideas like that, I'm trying to think of like a gimmick can be really funny originally, but it has to have like longevity. And doing a show like that would be funny for a little bit, but eventually I might just be like, okay, this gimmick is like super tired. I'm not using gimmick derogatorily. Gimmicks can be very, very funny. Just depends. But yeah, it has to be a gimmick that can last for a long time, I think, yeah.
Hey, what's up, Supreme?
Your thing
Hello.
lit up, but you didn't talk. Hi, what's up, buddy? How you doing?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, what's up?
What do you mean, what's up? It's fucking New Year's Eve, December 31st.
Yeah?
It's 11:30 for you guys. We know who the real winners are. We know who's at their computer and who's out partying.
Wow. And that makes
What's
us...
going on?
That makes us losers to you?
You're supposed to be famous. You're supposed to be surrounded with all your best friends and family.
Yeah, my best friends are right here in Discord and in stream chat.
Well, how about that? Doesn't that just warm your heart?
Yeah, true.
I think it's time. I think you need a podcast with Infrared. I can't think of a better personality to pair you up. I'm sorry.
Oh, no.
I think you two it would just be a miracle.
Yeah?
Every episode would be a meme.
I mean, it would be something, all right, yeah?
I wanted to come in and talk to you about movies, but this is a different topic, and this is an interesting topic, so I'm happy to just listen.
What would you want to talk about
I
movie?
think Haas is a...
Oh. Haas is a what?
Wait, I want to reflect on Haas.
Okay.
Because that's also something that happened this year. That debate is on the list for an award. I thought it was one of the better debates that happened this year.
Which
with
one?
I think you, Dylan, versus Jackson and Haas.
Yeah.
Like, you and Dylan just did really good in that debate. And
That's what I voted for, yeah.
in the end of that debate, Haas turned into, like, every other lefty who, like, fucking
Yeah,
turns
but
on
okay,
you and
hold
just
on,
starts
hold
talking
on.
about your kid and your family. And
Do you know why that one was so good, though?
oh, why? Oh, wait, that's where all the meme names came from, right?
Yes, it was. Somebody linked the Zerka clip.
Oh my god.
Somebody linked the Zerka clip.
Yeah.
Did you see the Zerka clip about that debate?
No, I don't think so. I just watched
Oh,
the
that's
debate.
the AK 4'7". Yeah, yeah,
the
yeah.
Kremlin or
Gremlin,
something.
yeah, yeah.
Somebody in chat will link it. Hold on. Hold up.
Do you feel like how he was at the end of that debate? Like, can you get past that, or does
In
that
terms
just
of being
like turn
unhinged?
you off from a person? Yeah.
I mean, he was pretty unhinged at the end there, but...
That debate had everything. It had good substance. Like, it was really good if you're interested in the topic. There was good information, and then it turned into a complete shit show. It had tons of memes. It was everything we love about, like, these conversations.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And there was actual politics there.
Yeah. Because that's what we love on this stream.
Yeah.
Oof, the Moscow manlet.
Yes,
Middle guy
Ignalius,
failing to
please.
contain
I need that fucking clip.
Wait, was the Relly Haas debate this year? All you do is talk over me? Or was that last year?
I don't remember. Dude, I feel like a lot of stuff happened this year.
It really did.
I was just thinking that. It's been a long year. I can't even remember all the shit that happened this year. It was a fucking long year. My god. Elden Ring was this year. Doesn't that feel like 2 years ago?
Yeah, I have not finished that game.
Ain't even started it. I learned my lesson by the third Dark Souls that none of them are gonna fill the gap that the first one left. It looked fun though.
Wait, hold on one second.
Oh, soy, sippy, sippy, soy didn't make it to memes of the year.
I feel like that's
Feels
an older meme. I feel like that's not a 2022 original.
Oh, is it? What was the chant in Elden Ring?
Oh, like D-skip, soy, dash, or some dumb shit.
Yeah, something like that. There was like a chant that you did over and over and over.
Yeah, I had like a whole thing beating that stupid first boss.
The tutorial?
Well, it was a boss that you weren't supposed to try to beat. You're supposed to die to it, but you can beat it if you if you try really hard. And yeah, we tried hard.
It's like the tutorial boss, right? Did you actually beat it?
Yeah.
Oh, man. That's what's supposed to happen. I'm surprised you guys aren't going out clubbing and you're out, like, finding a fucking flotation device.
Yeah, where is the link?
Wait, did anybody
terms
link
of
this fucking
some
clip?
money
Guys,
legally.
what the fuck? This is the linker's time to shine.
Also, Supreme, nobody clubs.
Dude, I went recently. I reconnected with a friend of mine, and we like went to a club, and I was just like, "There's a reason I stopped doing this when I was like 24." I don't understand. It's like I instantly remembered why I'm an old man. There's like too much money, music I don't like, fucking like stupid social games, like hanging out with people that like don't want to talk to you and you don't want to talk to them.
Damn.
The music is always too loud, and it smells like smoke.
A bunch of people did. Oh. Okay, wait. No.
Can't even fucking talk to anybody because you're like screaming at each other because the music's too loud. Yeah, that shit.
Fuck. Literally nobody linked it.
What did Zerka say? What is the clip?
I don't want to say it. I don't want to spoil it.
Someone has to find it eventually. Maybe the link will work back tonight.
Hold on. Time to ask the schizo group.
Yeah, what do you think the overlap is between people who have all the links at the ready and people who have social lives? You really think those are the same people, Jerry?
No,
Come
I
on,
think
dude.
they're at their desk drunk right now is what I'm saying.
Oh, I see.
That's why we're getting linked Obama clips.
Okay, my crack team of autists are on the case. I feel like there were more fireworks a few days ago, Mel.
Are the fireworks crazy out there?
I felt like there were fireworks a few days ago. I thought there were, yeah, but I guess people just don't do them now. Rip.
I'm not gonna hear for another 4 hours or so, but they're pretty. Were they crazy down in Huntington? I imagine they were. That's where all the MAGA dudes are.
I don't remember, and I don't care. I'm not.
Dude, in Hawaii, the shit is insane, and it's like even crazier because like all fireworks are illegal out there. They're just completely banned, any kind of firework, and it's a fucking island. So like, where the hell do they come from? But everyone's got them. Like, there's a stretch of the H1 that like passes over certain, like completely residential areas, and it's actually kind of magical. It's really cool, like riding on that highway, and there's just like fireworks coming up over the houses, like to your left and to your right, and they're kind of at eye level with you and stuff. It's really, really cool. But it's just the entire island of Oahu just goes up.
Wow.
And like, where do they come from? Where the fuck do they come from? They're banned on the entire island.
That sounds magical, my dude.
It's magical.
Alright, I am going to hop off. I hope you all have a wonderful New Year's.
You should hang out. Where are you going?
I have to go I have to go do stuff.
That was real convincing.
Damn.
Listen, I'll see you guys next year.
Be careful.
Cringe. And I want everybody to have the same New Year's resolution as me. I think in 2023, we should all start taking omega-3 supplements. Okay?
Okay. Be careful.
Okay, bye.
All right, I saw 3 movies recently. I watched Bullet Train, I watched Jordan Peele's Nope, and I watched Pig, starring Nicolas Cage. Did you catch any of those?
Why the fuck did I not listen to you? The second one was Nope. The third was Pig. What was the first one?
Just rewind the VOD and listen to what I said.
Okay, I'll get right on that. Okay.
Okay, the first one was Bullet Train.
Oh, Bullet Train. That's
Bradley
right. Okay,
Pitt.
I didn't see Bullet Train. I didn't see Nope because I didn't like Us. Did you watch Us?
I'm with you.
I didn't like Us at all. Yeah. How did you feel about Nope?
Okay, I thought Nope is his best movie. Nope is
really
fantastic. You got to see it. I implore you to see it. Listen, I'm gonna predict how you felt about Us because this is exactly how I felt about Us.
Okay.
I felt like Us was like half baked, didn't know what the fuck it wanted to be, didn't know if it wanted to be like deep underlying commentary, metaphor, or to be played straight. And at the end, you were just like confused, like what the fuck was that? And like the movie doesn't survive on its own being played straight. The whole like, oh, just the government had underground tunnels where it duplicated everyone. What? Like that doesn't make a good plot on its own. And then they were really like heavy-handed with the commentary, like metaphor shit.
Yeah.
And it
Like
also
Parasite.
didn't land. It was just cryptic.
Sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah. Was that your? How did you feel about us?
Yeah, I kind of like that. It just, one thing I worry about, and this is kind of shitty, that's true, but like, Get Out was almost a perfect movie. I think. There were just like no flaws. Like it was such a good
Airtight
movie.
script.
Yeah, it was.
But
and
it's. Oh, go ahead.
It's not ambitious. It's pretty simple, right?
Yeah, he had like 10 years to think
Mhm.
about it, basically, and plug all the holes. But that movie is basically plagiarizing another movie. We've talked about this before, called The Skeleton Key. And
Sure, I mean, but like it's
almost-
fucking horror, right? Horror is like all like cannibalizing itself, right? Almost to some extent.
No. Like you'd have to see this movie, The Skeleton Key, and then watch Get Out like back to back. It's really, really clear that he just like took all the bones and all the meat from the skeleton and like added own sort of like, oh, this is what it's like to be black sort of flair to it.
Okay.
And some other details. It's a great movie. It's a great script.
Mhm.
And he had 10 years to plug all the holes. I think Nope is really great because unlike us, you don't have to look for any hidden meaning or anything like that. And even played perfectly straight and taken at like face value, surface level, it's great. It's, I think, the best movie of its kind. What it tries to do.
Wow.
And then you can like start peeling back some of the layers and like reading up on the trivia and like reading people's analysis on it and seeing things that maybe you didn't see the first time. And it's really cool. Some of the details are really cool when you start peeling the layers.
Okay.
You got to see it.
Okay. Wow, Naira, thanks for the tier 5 supper. I thought Pig was amazing. That was a really good movie.
That's so interesting because
Oh no, you didn't like it?
No, I liked it.
Okay.
You know what? You know what I fucking loved about that movie?
What?
What's the word? It was 90 minutes. That's what I fucking loved about that movie. It wasn't 4 hours. It was
Sure.
90 minutes. It did everything it needed to do. Tell me about Pig.
It looked beautiful. Like, shot composition wise, like all the shot, especially the ending drag in the forest that like goes through the window in his house, watching him come in and everything. All the scenes of him cooking I thought were really nice. It was just like a really, I know this was intentional and it was kind of cute and not necessarily enjoy it, but like there was this, did you ever get the feeling that they were going to go John Wick in the movie?
It certainly sets itself up to be like revenge.
Yeah,
porn or something.
multiple times. Yeah, I thought that was kind of funny. But like, I just thought it was a very, very, very simple, very, very well done movie, and I thought Cage's performance was really good. Yeah, I enjoyed it a lot. I thought that was a nice movie.
Cage's performance was fantastic. Absolutely. Like it's one of those movies that's like a cheap movie that ends up being as a showcase for like the performance of a great actor,
Mhm.
like similar to Joker.
Sure.
It's funny because we just talked about No Country for Old Men, and the themes between Pig and No Country for Old Men are like pretty congruent. Did you pick up on any of the themes in Pig, like what that movie was really trying to say?
Yeah, let me dig back. What was Pig really trying to say? Damn, I feel like I'd have to watch it again. This movie came out like towards the beginning of the year, right?
I think it was 2022. Yeah.
Well, okay, so beginning of the year, right?
Yep.
Trying to think. I mean, one of the themes had to do with like following your passion and understand why you're doing what you're doing. This is exemplified in the conversation that he has with the chef in the one place where the guy is kind of talking about how like he hates cooking and he doesn't remember why, right?
Yeah.
Probably something to do. There's probably some lesson about like remembering simpler things in life, and how you can use gifts to like give people those simple things. So like the father was very wealthy in that family. Obviously, he had a huge business. He was trying to run his shit, but like something as simple as like a nice meal was able to bring back like the memories of his dead wife and everything. I think his wife was dead, right?
She was like basically on life support.
Oh,
The
that was
son
right.
said
She was
that
on like
she had committed
hospice.
suicide.
Yeah, I remember. Because I think there were scenes in the movie of him visiting his mom or trying to talk to his mom or whatever. Yeah. What else? Yeah. What about it? Maybe loss of love.
Okay.
Yeah. Some people in chat are saying maybe loss of loved ones or your like ability to like move on from things. Although Cage obviously had Cage's character had a difficulty doing that because he still had all those things to remind him of his wife. There's that song playing at the end on the radio that she recorded for him. Does he find a new pig in the end? Does another pig walk up to him at the end of the movie?
If he did, I think I had already sort of like tuned out by that point. I don't think so though. I think the movie ends with him washing his hands in a river.
Does it?
And, like washing his face.
Does any? Okay, gotcha. All right, yeah. Maybe it's about like letting go and moving on then. Sure.
Or being stuck between that. Yeah, there are a couple scenes. Remember we talked about No Country for Old Men? You asked me what the car crash scene was all about, and I talked about how there's like two types of people, or, you know, age kind of catches people between like a rock and a hard place between, you know, trying to make order of the chaos and trying to steer the ship, you know, against the chaos of the world and of the great churn of life or whatever, and people who sort of just like are helpless to do nothing but just sort of like let it pass them by and just sort of watch in awe, like feeling helpless to control it. And that's like the No Country for Old Men. The old man just sort of like has kind of had his go, the dog has had his day, and feels like it's kind of futile to like steer the ship.
Okay, sure.
Pig, I feel like Pig, Nicolas Cage, I think is wrong throughout the entire movie, and like his entire manner of being demonstrates like a fear of changing and pressing on, and he like deeply clings to the things that he had, the glory that he had as a chef, which he seems reluctant about in the beginning until he's not. You know, he has that line where he's like feeding the other guy, and he says, "I remember every single meal I ever made for every single person." Contrasted with the conversation he has with the other guy when he first arrives in Portland, where the guy's like, "You used to be somebody, you're fucking nobody now." Cage talking about like telling Amir about the futility of like city life, talking about there's going to be a big earthquake, there's one every 200 years, and the kid's like, well, we can all just move up to that mountain. He's like, the mountain's an active volcano. Nicolas Cage spends like his entire life in the entire movie fearing the churn and fearing like trying to take control of the chaos in the world, and just sort of like gives in and becomes this homeless, dirty, smelly, miserable old man that nobody likes, and his like reputation is kind of gone. And the only place he has any power is in what he used to have, where he's able to sort of swing his reputation and his old skills that he was revered for.
Yeah.
Similar skills. So like I feel like this is something that I like, especially people that are approaching my age, their 40s or 50s or something like that, are going to wrestle with the feeling of like being past your prime or past your peak, and you know, gripping with the trade-off between, do I put forth more effort to try to secure more glory for myself? What is the value of this life that I'm living? At the end of the day, you ain't shit if you ain't working for more.
Okay, sure. Yeah, I don't necessarily disagree.
Okay, I'm just trying to jog if there were any more memories you had of the movie that where you're like, oh, okay, that makes sense why he did this or that or the other. But maybe it's been a minute since you saw it.
It's been a while. I don't even know if that movie came out this year. That might have been a last year movie. So it's been a while, yeah. But I remember really, really, really liking everything I saw on the screen. I thought it looked really nice. It sounded nice. And Cage's performance was really good. Those are the...
Oh, interesting. You're giving Dan's analysis for why Dune was good.
Who had a really great performance in Dune that was comparable to Cage's performance in Pig? What?
I don't know, but it had all my favorite stars. No, you're right. That's the difference.
If anything, the talent in Dune is fucking wasted. in my opinion. Like somebody like Oscar Isaac, that's a good actor, and he had like fucking almost nothing in that movie. I felt like there was wasted potential in that movie in terms of like the stock that they had to play with, and like the dwindling fucking whatever bullshit performances they got. But I don't know, that just might be me. But
you're right. It's a Star Walk of like talent that comes and goes in fucking.
Yeah, exactly. Like, oh my god, look, celebrity, and it's like, okay, well, yeah. I don't agree with your take about liking Pig because it was 90 minutes. I understand the joy for that. I think movies are running into an issue where it's not about length. I feel like it's just about pacing, right? I'm sure if I think hard enough, there are 90-minute movies that can feel long, and there are other 90-minute movies like, you know, like Whiplash that just like scream by, and it feels like they're 20 minutes long. like I've said this before, like, do you feel like when you watch like the Lord of the Rings, do you feel like those are long movies?
It really does actually. The Lord of the Rings movies feel like they're too short because it's similar to like Dune in that way, where they're trying to pack so much into these like 5-minute scenes. If that 5 minutes is a long scene in the Lord of the Rings movies.
Okay, interesting. I don't feel like it's trying to pack too much in. I just feel like the pacing is really good, and you're always super captivated by everything happening on screen, right? Generally, I'm trying to think. I don't know if there are any.
It depends on which movie. I think those movies progressively get worse in this regard. Like the first movie feels like a very like intimate and personal adventure, and then like as the movie's going by, the third movie it's these huge, grand, like large scope events where.
Do I feel Can you give me? I don't want to push on this because it's been a long time since I've watched the. What's the last one? Is it Fellowship? Two
Return
Towers?
of the King.
Return of the King. Are there bad scenes in Return of the King that are like, can we just get to moving?
It doesn't feel like they drag. It's the opposite, where it feels like it's cutting back and forth between these large grand scale events that are happening half a world apart and just like flipping between them.
Okay. Yeah, I don't necessarily care about that. Maybe when we say feels long or whatever, maybe we mean different things. But like, all three of those movies are long movies, but they screamed by. I never felt like, oh Jesus, this movie's long. I just never got that feeling ever watching The Lord of the Rings. But yeah, I don't know.
Pig was 90 long minutes, and it felt appropriate. And if I were to guess, I would have guessed the movie was probably 2 or 2.5 hours long if I hadn't like seen the ticker.
Damn. Okay. Did you feel like Dune 2049 was long?
Dune 2049?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what that
Wait,
is.
I'm sorry. Blade Runner 2049. My bad.
That movie felt a little long, but I was interested all the way through, so I didn't mind the runtime.
Huh. Okay.
Did you feel like that movie ran long?
No.
Okay. No, I agree with you. Listen, you're right. Like these ideas aren't mutually exclusive.
Sure.
It can be the case that yeah, sure.
Okay.
But I appreciate when a movie says everything it needs to say and does everything it needs to do in 90 minutes.
Okay.
Especially when it's a simple story.
Mm-hmm.
All right, I'm interested in the other conversation, if you have the time and the inclination, about like in-person podcasts, because I think you're onto something.
Yeah, go for it. Oh, did you watch Uncut Gems?
Oh, I loved Uncut Gems. I didn't expect to. But
That's another movie that goes. What is the runtime of that?
I would guess 2 hours.
Really?
Let's see. 2:15.
2 hours and 15 minutes. Okay. Oh yeah, because that's a movie that feels like fucking 45 minutes. Like Jesus, like that movie just feels like it just goes so quickly. But
I mean, that's basically the theme of the movie. Is you're on the edge of your seat, like chewing the skin off your lips, just nonstop anxiety. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
God, that can go two ways, can it? Like, if you're having like a bad trip, and you're having a bad time, time just crawls because you can't wait for it to be over.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, Uncut Gems had the opposite effect. Well, you didn't see Bullet Train?
No, I didn't.
Okay, that one's kind of neat, I guess. It's a little like if Kill Bill was made by Guy Ritchie or something.
Okay.
Feels a little cheap by the end, but it's fun. If you like fun movies, it's a lot of fun. But in-person podcasts, I was thinking about this as well. I feel like the in-person podcast is back, and there's something about. I feel like there are a lot of subtle things that don't get a lot of credit. Did you ever watch Red Letter Media?
Yeah.
You remember the sequences during like the Phantom Menace review where he's like, "You didn't notice this, but your brain did." I feel like there's a lot of "but your brain did" for
yeah, I agree.
in-person podcasts.
It's kind of like in-person,
those,
like communicating with humans. Like it seems like even well, at least you can video chat, but there's like something about being next to a human in real life is just it's a fundamentally different experience than talking like on a computer, even through video chat.
Yeah, your interactions definitely are more organic when there's like body language involved that you're responding to because it's happening right in front of you.
Yeah.
The subtle differences in latency and people talking, like if there's overlapping chat or whatever.
Yeah, that's fucking annoying. And even like just like sitting, like the space that you occupy in a room next to somebody and your like movement towards them, away from them, like there's just like a lot of stuff like that. Yeah.
The nature of I think what you say when a person's not right in front of you changes a bit too. But there's also like really subtle things like all the audio equipment is unified. Everybody's using the same microphone.
No weird volume, tech issues, no stupid shit like that. Is like, yeah.
Yeah. or just like really, really subtle technical things that are even like super difficult to articulate, but end up meaning a lot to your brain in like a subconscious way. Well, I hope you figure it out. That would be pretty cool. I think you and Zerka, man, the first step is just building the studio. I think if you were to just like feel
all
the
that
dreams
is
it and like
all that is done. Just as an FYI.
Wait, really?
Yes, I have a company. The locals company wants to sponsor like a podcast with us. Like everything is set up and good to go. We just have to show up. We just have to book a date and go. But I think Dan is exploring his life right now. So yeah, I'm just kind of figuring out who I want to do it with, I guess. But I want to do something in person. So like, and it's probably not going to be somebody flying to Miami every fucking like weekend. But I don't know. I was thinking about doing something with Erudite, but it would if it was with her, it'd be like dating related. And doing that content for a long period of time is really rough because it's just like talking about the same shit over and over and over again. So
feels like there's a shelf life on the audience for that for sure.
Well, there's not. I mean, people will listen to that shit forever. Because I mean, like, look at like, I'm not ragging on anybody right now, but like, look at like Fresh and Fit. Like these guys, like the Red Pill people, all talk about the same shit every single fucking day, the exact same topics every day, and people tune into that shit and they love it. So
we'll see where that's at in a year or two or another 3 or something. Like,
sure.
That's certainly a consideration. Is like a shelf life of 3 years or more. Are you set on having like a co-pilot? Do you think you'd need one?
Yeah, I think so. Doing a show on my own, like I can do something like political on my own, but like having like another person that I synergize well or have good energy with. Like I said, like I think like Dick is an example of a guy where like I like. The nice thing about doing things with other people is that if people like you, I made this observation a long time ago when I streamed StarCraft and shit. The nice thing about collaborating with people is collabing with people doesn't just give them like a showcase or like you see like, oh, you guys like this collab because you really like that person. It lets the audience see more of you as well, right? Like Dick and me together wasn't just good because me and Dick have good energy together and together we create something cool. Like even me, like in that show, like I'm a better version of myself with Dick there as well. So if you like me and you don't even like Dick that much, you'll like me and Dick together just because I'm more turned on. I'm like even a better version of myself while I'm on the show with them. That's why I think collaborating with other people can be really good sometimes. Yeah.
And you guys together form like a separate unit as well that you can't get from either.
Yeah, you can. Yeah, that's true. Yeah. But I'm just saying, like, some people will bring out more of you. Like, a lot of people that hate me, call me names, and cuck, blah, 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 like me on the Fresh and Fit show in their audience because it lets Myron be a better version of himself, too, right? As much as it's fun to, like, shit on, like, fucking bimbo women that go on the show all day, like, people like to see Myron. People that don't like me in that comment section, and they'll say as much, they don't like me, but they like that Myron gets to flesh out his worldview more and is, like, a little bit challenged when I'm there, like, you know, confronting him on things. So, yeah.
For sure. I feel like you've got everything that you need. If you wanted to do, think about it, Joe fucking Rogan doesn't have a co-host, and you're a competent interviewer. Lex Friedman doesn't have a co-host. I think if you wanted to just start scheduling people for these sort of in-person interviews, I would encourage you to just like start booking people or paying somebody to help you book people or whatever, and just like, you know, get them out and start filming episodes. I think you could carry a 2 or 3 hour show with any random guest and just
yeah, but like I want to like if we're gonna start doing like real life shows, I want it to be banging, you know.
But like I said, man, Joe Rogan, biggest podcast in the world, doesn't have a co-host.
Yeah, I know he doesn't, but he doesn't have a co-host, but he's always bringing people on. I'm sorry, yeah, you didn't mean like do a complete solo show. You just meant like a show where I'm like bringing people on and shit, huh?
Yeah, I mean, like even if you're figuring out a co-host, or maybe you can bring people in to co-host intermittently, like when you want to talk about relation stuff, fly down, you know, not so or whatever, or when you want to do politics memes, you can bring on Zerka for, you know, to co-pilot. But
yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah.
Well, I don't have anything else.
Okay.
Have you heard Erudite's brand of Christianity?
No.
She was talking to someone yesterday, and I was listening to it while you were going the Fresh and Fit thing.
Mm-hmm.
I honest to God think she could turn me into a Christian, because holy shit. It's like all the good parts of Christianity and none of the hate, which is like what drove me away from it in the first place.
Well, I mean, ideally for Christianity, there shouldn't be any hate, period, right?
Yeah.
Milkers. Baby, baby, baby Mel.
Hey, it's 5 minutes too. Are you gonna do a countdown?
Do I want to what? Why the fuck would I go outside? 5 meal nits. Are you sure? Are you sure that's not cringe? Isn't it cringe to be with your wife on New Year's? Just a little bit? Well, fuck, now I think I have to leave you guys.
What about your thousands of children?
I think they're just kind of fucked. Are you okay? Wait, why were you, what was so appealing? Hold on, I gotta save you from falling into this fucking Christian bullshit.
What's so appealing about it?
Yeah.
I think the carefulness that she takes with reading of the Bible, the focus on following Christ, like understanding what the message is in context of the times and all that. I think generally I agree with a lot of the Christian values of just like being a good person and
okay, hold on.
Spreading love and goodness.
This isn't Christianity then. This is just like a secular reading of the Bible. Like, yeah. Well, then you're not Christian. You're just a normal fucking good person. You could be like a fucking Buddhist or anything else, no?
I think this is where I'm confused. Is that I think there might be an interpretation of God that is not necessarily like a sentient thing that you're praying to.
That's fine, but then you're not Christian. Well, I mean, you are
Really?
Christian, literally, because that's your name. But no, no, you're not Christian. Like, if somebody's like, what is God to you? And you're like, I think that God is kind of like the spirit and the presence felt around the entire planet. It's like the kind of like the spirit that lives in all human. You're not Christian at that point. If you say you're Christian, you're pretending. That's not Christianity. That's not what the Christian God is. The Christian God has a definite form, partially physical when he came to the planet as Jesus Christ. Like, he exists in a real sense, not in a metaphysical, like a wishy-washy, supernatural, in all humans kind of sense. He does exist in all people, but in a very real sense, right? Like, if you're Catholic, you literally believe in the transubstantiation of Christ. So when you eat like the bread and the bread is actually the flesh and the blood, blah blah blah. Like, yeah. Yeah, don't ever let a Christian bait you in on some fucking bullshit like, oh, the universe is God and that's Christianity. That's not Christianity. That's bullshit. That's like just some secular spiritual bullshit, okay? Sorry. Oh, wait, I need to go be with my wife, I think. Okay, wait, guys. Okay, Wicked Supreme and Sedgen, you're counting them down. Wait, Wicked Supreme, where's your wife?
Listen, it's only 9 o'clock here.
Oh, yeah, true. Okay, I'll be right back 1 second. Okay.
I'm at a fiesta right now. I don't know what you guys are talking about. Listen. See?
New Year's.
See, we're in Southern California. We have fiestas for New Year's. Oh, yeah. I would love some nacho cheese from my tortilla, por favor. Thank you very much. See? I'm at a party right now.
You just have that queued up. How are you doing this?
Sorry, hang on just a second. Silencio! There you go. Sorry, you were saying?
Do you have that queued up?
No, I just told you I'm at a fiesta. It's New Year's in SoCal.
Okay, I'm just gonna ignore that. Aaron, jump in here. Let's get more orbiters in here, please. For the love of God, they all hate me.
Oh shit! It's already time. It's 60 seconds till. All right, everybody post your resolutions in chat. You have to do it before the countdown, otherwise it doesn't count.
This could be scuffed with Discord.
It won't be too bad. I imagine there's less than like a second of latency. Wait, where do you live in the U.S.?
I'm in Ohio.
Oh, it might be pretty bad. We got 20 seconds. Post your resolutions or it doesn't count, chat. Put them in chat now. I'm not reading any of that shit. Don't make them too long.
10 seconds.
Right.
10.
Here we go.
9,
8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Happy New Year,
Happy New Year.
If you live on the East Coast.
2023. It's not New Year's for me yet. I'm in Central. It's only 11.
Destiny is officially done with Factorio. You guys will not allow him to play on January 1st, 2023. Factorio is officially done. Yay! Everybody clap. Yay! Wherever you are in the world, in your seat, clap. In Miami Steven time, that's it. It's January 1st. He's got to be done with Factorio. That's the end.
I think you should aim for January 6th.
What?
That's the finish date for Factorio.
Anniversary stream?
No, the finish date for Factorio should be January 6th.
Dude, that feeling when you live in such a bad neighborhood that you don't know if people are shooting guns or playing fireworks off to celebrate the new year.
You're in the
Hell
mean
yeah.
streets of Ohio, yeah.
Is there like a... Never mind.
Please, Darius, please.
No, it's just like...
Regale us.
It's like the new year, you're supposed to like... You're supposed to like kiss a lady at 12 o'clock sharp.
Are you hating him? Are you coming on to me, Darius?
Dude, is Steven heavy panting?
He's not at his desk. Don't try to
that?
deflect. Don't try to pivot. Don't try to no true stonksman. Ugh. Were you hitting on me? Are you trying to get me to kiss you? Is that mistletoe you're holding?
Okay, don't be stupid. He's just trying to make me jealous.
Oh, everybody came into the
Happy
thing
New
after
Year.
I fucking leave. Nice. Good job, guys. Very antisocial of you.
Oh,
Oh god,
Yeah.
he's back. Jesus.
I just came to say Happy New Year.
Oh, well, Happy New Year's.
Just fucking...
Leave what thing?
What? Are you okay, Darius? Hello?
He's just down bad for straight rate. That's what it is.
Oh, shit. Has he
Why
shot a
such
shot yet?
cases?
Did he shoot his New Year's shot?
He's literally too shy.
Oh.
He's like miking up. He's doing the push to talk and then not saying anything.
Damn. Well,
Damn.
Hate to see it.
Yeah.
what are you gonna do, man?
Straight raid, maybe you should make the first move.
How do you know that I haven't already?
Ooh.
It's true.
Wacky. Somebody found the Zerka clip. Wait, who was that? Oh, Cherry's not here anymore. Fuck. For people wondering why that fucking debate with Haas was so fucking unhinged. If you were wondering why that debate was so unhinged, hold on, we're waiting. Let me wait for my internet to stop lagging. Jesus.
Damn, this one's rough.
Yeah.
What, this Cox thing?
Yep, the cucks thing.
Yeah, it is rough, but you know, that's life sometimes.
Oh,
you
you're
know?
back.
Am I?
Kind of.
I bet. Wait, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, we can hear you.
I bet like everybody's at Miami Beach right now, like partying and shit. So it's like super fucking the internet. I bet that's what's going on.
Oh yeah, or just like people FaceTiming their folks or whatever on their Wi-Fi.
Maybe yeah.
Yeah.
It's okay. People will invite each other to each other's places, and they'll all be fucking in about 30 minutes anyway.
Wow. Really?
Why 30 minutes from now?
Because I gotta like drive home
Because
safely and everything.
it's just at midnight. Like, there's no reason to like stay out anymore.
If you're not busting right at midnight, you did.
Yikes.
It's tough to time it like that.
I never said it was easy, but if you want to start the year right, that's how you do it.
You gotta
To your mom last night.
you gotta bust out a quick 900 with the countdown.
Put my needle dick in her.
What?
Is that why Darius is deafened?
I missed
Is
the
that what he's
best
doing
part.
right now?
Wait, what? Was it just more fireworks? Must not be that important if she walked away.
Listen, we get it. You're fucking 34. You're jaded. You've seen fireworks before.
They're fun. If you want to see them, that's fine. Okay. I don't have to give a fuck about them though.
Hell yeah. Based. It's a good question. Like, what the fuck are you supposed to do for fun after like 35? If you've already done everything you ever wanted to do in life.
Yeah, you may as well just off yourself. What's the point?
may as
After
well.
35, what's left?
Can you tell me that on Twitter, Straight Raid?
What's that?
Don't do it. Don't do it.
The advice
What
that
is
you just
this?
gave me. Could you give me that same advice on Twitter?
I'll get back to you on that one. Okay. How come you don't follow anyone, Wicked?
Pretentious.
Because I'm a Sigma.
What's your alt? You must have an alt.
You know what
There's
I
no
could
way
do?
that you're just fine with your Twitter timeline being completely empty.
I could follow. My timeline's not completely empty. Like one of the benefits to not following anybody is like the only things I see are just like the popular things on Twitter. Plus, I think there's got to be an extra algorithm depending on like how long you hover over certain tweets, because I notice it'll show me some things like more often if I spent like time looking at a tweet but not focusing on it or like clicking on it or whatever. But like I don't know, like